Hello everyone, today we are going to be watching some mercenary footage from Act 1 and I'm just about to add this in, new merc, gameplay footage. And I will change it on my Twitch as well, hold on. Well, so once we've got a few people in here, I'm going to be putting on a video for the mercenary. We have the first hour of gameplay footage from a mercenary's perspective. So for anyone who wants to see how that looks, we're going to watch that in a second. And we will jump straight in. 1 minute. Right, here we go. I'll turn it down just a little bit, just so it's not so loud. Mercenary. I love how he went straight to mercenary then. Set your character name. What? Makeshift crossbow. He's playing on console, guys. So this is the first hour gameplay from Act 1. So let's see how he does. Might want to equip your crossbow. There we go. No, you didn't equip it. There we go. Now, there was a bit of a video the other day I saw from Big Ducks, and he stated that the first hour or two of Mercenary can be a bit rough, but after that, it flies. So don't be disheartened if the first hour or so you keep dying. It just might you just need to get some better gear. So just keep upgrading your gear. 9 days, guys. This is what we will all be playing. Let me just get the timer on. There we are. 9 days, 21 hours. Cannot wait. Let me just check the quality is good. Yeah, it's in HD, so that's fine. There we go. I've noticed that he seems to have 7 shots with his crossbow. What have we got? Fragmentation rounds. So that's your first skill. Switch your ammo. And here we go. He's going the wrong way. You're going back the way you just came, dude. Might want to cross the bridge. There we go. Hit the checkpoint. I've noticed that checkpoints, by the way, refill your life and mana flasks, I believe. Oh, what's he going to take? We're going to go for projectile damage. Definitely. Projectile damage. This is where you should be using your fragmentation. There's a bunch of them. There you go. Oh, here he is. I love his accent. I'm scared with the violence. Oh, nice. Thanks for the skill gem. Right, boots. Adequate the boots. Crossbow. Oh. Attack speed? Yeah, but can't do that. We don't have enough gold. Adequate the boots. Focus. Don't think you can wear that. So, let's put the helmet on. I'd put that on. Can you afford that? Nope, still can't afford it. It's the same. You want to see attack speed one? Put that on, or sell it. What is this kid? He really wants that crossbow, doesn't he? Yep. He wanted the attack speed, didn't he? Yeah. He's gone straight through to the next zone. Before continuing, engrave your uncut skill gem. Accept the quest. Oh, explosive grenade. Ooh, grenade, grenade, definitely grenade, grenade, no, grenade. This crazy man. Why did he take grenade? What would you guys take? What will you be taking as that second skill? Grenade or permafrost? Grenade. Get some explosive grenades on the run. Huh? Why's the area already been cleared? What? Okay. It's like he's walked into someone else's zone. That's weird. Saying enough, the frost one is pretty good because you can. It's a good defense. It's a good defensive skill because you can freeze them as they're running towards you. He is two-shotting stuff now, so damages apart from her, she took a few. But yeah, his damage is okay. He's only like level what? 1, 2, 1. Move. Quarterstaff. Don't want a quarterstaff. We'll take the scroll of the wisdom now. Oh, he's going to try on the witch. Carrying crone. He's doing the right thing, though. He's staying back, and shooting the hell out of her, which is what you should be doing. He's not getting in her face, which that's what Merc's for. Down. Down, Dougie. Down, Dougie. Right, go kill her. Where is she? Move. So his basic shot at the moment is doing... Hold on. I want to get to see it. Good damage. Keep going. Yeah, so his cluster shot is doing like 34 damage. Or hold on. No, 10. 20 damage depending on how close he is. But yet his single shot is doing a hell of a lot more. So... Which that may change later on. I know that she drops a book that gives you 10% permanent cold resist. They add up. Head of the Winter Wolf grants 10% cold resist, which they have now confirmed that we could be getting that twice because we're going to have to replay the axe. And he said that all of the permanent buff books will drop twice. So you'll get them once in Act 1 and then once in Act 1 Cruel. I would equip them gloves. Yeah, I'd use that and then sell everything else. Everything else is crap. Ideally, though, guys, if you are doing this, here, just drop down on the floor. Early on, don't drop anything on the floor. Sell it for gold, because you will need it for upgrades. May only give you 20, 30, 40 gold, but that may be the difference between a reasonable upgrade or no upgrade. Why is he... Okay, he doesn't want to keep them, clearly. Other than the boss, no other enemy up to now has took any damage off him, other than that little mini boss. We're going to the old forest. Now, there are some werewolves in this zone, which if anyone saw the cinematic on the live stream, these are the werewolves that you saw that jumped out of the forest. That one of them got an arrow in the eye, and then the rest were burnt to a crisp. Those werewolves you're going to see in a minute. There they are. Pack werewolf. I love how our crossbow, or our crossbow takes 2 shots rather than his 1 shot. What the hell's in there? Cauldron. Oh, rare. Witch. Oh, I've not seen this. This is new. Ooh. Is that the first rare that we're getting in the 3rd zone? Fucking flamethrower, ice thrower instead of a flamethrower. Look at that. She's lightning resistant and periodic cold explosions. Freezer. Yeah, there you go. Now kill her. Oh. There we go. Oh, we got a support gem. I'd stop. Do the support gem. Oh, no. There's the big werewolves. If you get surrounded by them werewolves, it's game over. How many's he got chasing in them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He had 8 werewolves then at one point. He's doing okay though. He's not. This is what I like about this build, this character, is the fact that you can stay back. Because some of these attacks that I've seen so far look pretty vicious. I'd put it on the life one, yeah. Life, yes. Target is not magic. Yeah, you need to transmute it. Yeah, you need to transmute it first, dude. No, wrong one. Wrong one. Why did he do it on that one? Why did he use it on that one? He should have used it on the medium one. Lightning damage, pin, poison chance. No, I wouldn't pick anything for that. What have we got in this? Whoa. Pierce, Frost Nexus. Okay. Is he not going to pick one? Poison chance, pin. Increases pin stun build up, yeah. or you could go for the fragmentation. I would add the lightning damage one onto the fragmentation round, but that's me. But that's me. Yeah, it works in all the skills. Look. Yeah, that's good. I'd put it in the fragmentation rounds, or leave it in that. Yeah, I think the cold fragmentation rounds was actually a good shout, because then you can actually use it defensively to freeze them. Get the grenade one later. Let me get comfortable, because this is... Let me move me as well, because I'm covering the health. There we go. What happened to Twitch? Twitch, I'm streaming on Twitch, Eldred. What are you on about? Twitch is running. Oh, nice freeze. Discord only showed me YouTube. Yeah, I'm on Discord, dude. If you want to go on there. There's the lightning damage you can see being applied with the shock lightning effect. I'll hop on Twitch. Okay, I'll see you there. See, I don't understand what everyone's saying about the fact that people were struggling, like in the first few zones. You know, he's not struggling at all. As long as you keep moving while you're firing, you should be fine. Hi there, there you are, Eldred. Oh, waypoint. There's the hooded one. Shabby hood. Take that. Yeah, definitely put that on. Summon Una. I'll read that when I'm in game. Honestly, Matt Q and all the added for big beginners is huge. Game is going to be way more approachable. It is. It is. Yeah, it won't be on the. It won't be on there, dude. He leveled up. What's he going to go for? So he's got attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, projectile damage, projectile damage, projectile damage. Yeah. Who's this playing? It's from the LA event from about 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. So, don't know is the honest answer. The YouTube channel name is. Hold on, let me find it for you. I have a nice explanation guide, so you deserve my sub on YouTube. Thank you, Quicksilver. Let me just find out the user's name. Give me a second. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't want to block the screen. His name is the Outer Haven. I don't need mana. Do you see that blue flash above his head then? Is that to say, like, need more mana? That was weird. And in terms of exclamation Quicksilver, which guide was it? Just curious. Oh, Red Veil. There we go. Now, I am curious to see how the mercenary does in this zone. We did a little game the other day to see how many times he could get the warrior could get poisoned in this zone, and I think we got to something like 30 poisons. So let's do the same on this one. Loot filters, I've been told, I've heard on the grapevine that loot filter Neversink is working on, and it will be available for early access, supposedly. I'm assuming Neversink will make some sort of comment maybe next week, maybe some post. He might go live, don't know. But I'm going to assume that he's not going to be able to. He's not going to be able to go live and show anything, because then that would be revealing items. So what he may just do is he might just say, the filter is ready, go download it. That's it. And he might not mention, he might not say, you know, like usually he does like a stream, doesn't he? Like on the day. But then he's technically showing you and spoiling the uniques. What, the one that was above? Yeah, I banned him. The one that said that I think your content is cool. Yeah, I know. The fact that he spammed it in chat twice kind of made me... It come up on my screen saying ban evading, so I banned him. Needs mana. Right, let's see how many times he gets poisoned. I haven't seen the plants yet that poison you. Oh, here they are. Let's see if you can avoid being poisoned. 1. 2. 3. 3 up to now. 4. Yeah, he's not doing very well at dodging. What I don't understand is why he hasn't swapped his flasks. But it's a better flask. And the mana flask as well. Can't wear a quiver, you're not wearing a bow. So I would go back to town at this point and sell everything. What class am I starting, Kidney? This class. Mercenary. That's why I want to watch this, because I'm curious. What class are you going? Is the question. Which ascendancy? Witch Hunter? Just call me Van Helsing. Monk or Merc? Yeah. So, Monk looks quite cool for melee. He probably looks the best. Well, out of him and Titan, them two look the best. And then the Merc. Obviously, I just like the instant firing and all the different interaction with all the skills. Charge staff, yes, the charge staff thing does look pretty awesome. Based on the Archmage teaser, I'll make an Archmage Monk. Yeah, that Archmage thing did look pretty cool. The ball lightning, if I'm going to go like a sorceress or something, maybe, I may do ball lightning, try that out. I'm going to be extremely optional and play the minion build or a dot build. You might want to wait to make a decision on dot builds, because Viper, Eldridge, if you know how to search in the POE chat, go to the POE2 chat channel And Viperesque made a comment the other day about ailments and how its interaction with crits. So you might want to go and have a read of that if you can. If you can't find it, someone posted the 3 posts on the POE2 Reddit. Go and have a read, because someone asked, I think it was, who was it who asked? Sir Gog asked, can we have a write-up for ailments before the 6th? And he said that the community team have agreed that that is a good idea, but whether it's going to happen or not, it's up in the air. There's no guarantee. Instaleech on Archmage, OP, yeah. There was a comment on the on my video light to do with the Instaleech. Sorry, the Archmage. They said something about the mana. Let me find it. They said something about the amount of mana cost. Give me a sec. Let me find it. Someone put in the comments, new Archmage is cracked. At 2,000 mana, it's doubling the damage on all of your spells. It triples then at 4,000, so on and so on and so on. This is a huge buff. And then you get to sync link the skill as well. Hell, even the mana cost is less prohibitive. It just adds a flat percentage of max mana to spell costs instead of changing the base cost. So yeah. If you want, Eldritch, if you give me a minute, because I know exactly... While he's sorting out, because he's just going through the shop at the moment, let me find the ailment post, because I know exactly where it is. So if you want to give me a second. Found it. You found it? You found it? Yeah. I'm just going to pause this for anyone else. So this is the post that he made. For anyone who's doing an ailment build, have a read of this. Damaging ailments care about the final pre-mitigation damage of the hit now. So crit damage naturally affects ignite damage with crits. Damage relative to monster ailments threshold increases the chance of inflicting ignite and shock specifically. Crits have no specific interaction with ailments, but they are more likely to inflict an ignite and a shock because they deal more damage, but that's it. So, if somebody wants to screenshot that, they can do, but it's also on the POE2 Reddit. Bit of a change there for ailments. Let me put this video back on. Can't decide what I'm going to play, boss. What I'm going to play, boss. Help. Best thing to do is ask yourself, do you want to go ranged or do you want to go melee? And go from there. The Infernalist Witch for me looks lots of fun. It does indeed. The demon-esque form looks like RF in a slight element, because parts of it, elements of it are like RF, because they said that you go into demon form and you lose life, and then as soon as you hit 1 life, like RF, you transform back to a witch. So there's going to be an element of kind of managing your life with life regen, flasks, that sort of stuff, to stay in demon form. Maybe life leech. Maybe if there's a life leech skill. Life leech is instant, that sort of stuff. That'll keep you in demon form so much longer. So you'll have to scale chance to ignite shock instead of going crit cap first. Potentially. So yeah, so it's a skill hunter. Depends what you want to play. Do you want to play melee or do you want to play ranged? That's the first question you want to ask yourself. Once you've answered that, then we can help. So he's currently got 450 gold. What can he buy? I would be buying maybe boots to move faster. Or a better crossbow, if there is one. Bolt speed. Ooh, that's pretty good. Blood Mage made me moister than the Infernalist. Blood Mage is next on the line if I don't like the Infernalist. Yeah, Blood Mage looks cool. The Overleech element of it where you can double your life, that sounds good for survivability. Skill Hunter, I don't know, I think I will join the Merc gang, Witch or Merc, with what I want to play, but I don't know, both look fun. Why not just play them all, Skill Hunter? There's no rush, it's not a league, so why don't you play the Merc, get some maps, get a load of gold, because bearing in mind, we will be stacking gold. We don't have a town now to look after. So you could stack yourself up to like 200, 300, 500,000 gold, million gold. And then at that point, if you then want to then go, right, okay, you know, I like the Merc, but I want to try a different class. Reset, make a new class, go straight into town and kit them out with all the rings and shop and everything, because you'll have the gold to be able to do it. Medical student. Medical, I'm assuming by medical student you mean that you're going to be you're doing a lot of studies. That increased crit damage per life looks insane. Yes, it does. It does indeed. Is that a rare on the left-hand side there? So you know how I don't even need to see it, but I can tell that there is a rare on the left over there. They're not yellow, like there's not a yellow glow around them. Wow, these magic guys are taking a chunk. They're taking some killing. There's like 10 of them. 11. 12. How many blues? That's a lot of XP, but they're pretty strong. Jesus, they took a while to kill. But up here, there was a monster. If you walks up there, that had like an ice aura around it, and I can probably instantly tell that it's a rare. Hold on, there. Is he a rare? No, he wasn't a rare. He just had an ice aura. Yeah, look, good idea. That's the beauty of POE2, lots of unknowns and everyone's learning again. I'm going to take it nice and slow. Hi, Velitus. It's good. I'm good, dude. Yeah, there is a lot of learning. I've learned a hell of a lot in the last couple of weeks. So much. Maybe a new NEM mod. Could be. By the way, guys, for anyone who's watching, this is the first hour of... Thank you for whoever followed me then. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Velitus, thank you for following me. You got my nice Hawk Tour sound clip. Ooh. Density's gone a bit crazy here, guys. Let's see how he manages this. See, this is where a grenade would come in handy. Had to do it on both. Thank you, dude. Thank you. The best skill that I've seen so far is potentially the plasma bolt or the grenades. Thank you for the follow, Kidney. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be detailing this in a video next week, guys. But my plans for POE2, my plans are that I want to go mercenary, witch hunter, and what I want to do is I want to have one crossbow for projectiles and one crossbow for grenades, so that at any point I can just switch, and one be focused on grenade damage and grenades. And I don't know whether there's a mod on a crossbow that can maybe have +1 to grenade. Don't know. Maybe grenade explosion, area of effect, that type of stuff. We'll have to wait and see. But that's my focus. And the other crossbow will be focused on projectiles like this. So for ice, fire, physical, shock, all that type of stuff. So that's my focus. So the cluster grenade probably looks the most fun. Once you set off like 3 or 4 of them, the screen just explodes in fireworks. That just looks amazing. There is a node for +1 nades. Yes, I saw that. There's actually one for +2, dude. There's actually one for +2 grenades. So you can have up to 5 grenades, like, in cooldown. Now, whether you'll be able to fire all 5, I don't think you will, because greater projectiles only fires 3. So you can fire 3 or 4, I think. But then you've then got to scale cooldown reduction to get more grenades. So, yeah. The grenade mass murder shenanigans from the live stream. Yeah, exactly. There was a few people from LA that said that they did like a Grenadier build, and it was very, very fun. So that does look cool. And then if anybody gets close, switch to my machine gun rapid shot and just fire the hell out of them. And then when they're at a distance and there's a big pack, launch your grenades into the pack, and then unleash hell into the pack. 10-second cooldown, 1 on grenades. I don't know. We've not. Let me find the gem. If you give me 1 second, I'll find the gem for you. I haven't learnt all of the skill gems yet because there's that many. There's just loads of new ones. It's going to take some while. Explosive grenade, 3 second for explosive. Cluster, 10 seconds. Flash grenade is 4 seconds. Oil grenade is 4 seconds with 3 uses. Explosive shot, no, that's not one. Explosive grenade is 3 uses. Cluster grenade only has 1. So that is one where you're gonna have to split it and do multiple projectiles on that one. And that's it for grenades. Can't wait to spend the next 10 years on POB. Yeah. We haven't even got POB yet, Eldritch. What are you on about? He's avoiding. I was about to say he's avoiding the poison very well, but then he got shot. Ooh. What I've noticed is if you get nice up close and personal with the cluster shots, with the fragmentation, it does a hell of a lot more damage. If you do it from further back, the spread obviously means that it does less damage. So if you get right up close and blast them in the face with a cluster shot, like a fragmentation shot, it'd probably kill them. Yeah, he's not doing too well avoiding this poison, but he's doing okay. It's not that damaging. If you look at his life, it's not whittling him down. We will get POB eventually. Yes, we will indeed. No, don't swap. Keep the rare. I would, you lose lightning resistance, but yeah. I would go back to town and sell it all. Don't need any of that. He's playing Tetris. Item Tetris in his inventory. Look at him. To fit more items in. Just go back to town. Town portals are free. Just go back to town. Can you show us the tornado skill teaser boss? I want to ask you something about it. Tornado skill teaser? Which boss are you talking about? Tornado skill boss. Tornado. Tornado. I haven't seen any bosses that have tornadoes as a skill. Unless that's new. It's news to me. It's honestly paying me to see him skip wisdoms in Act 1. Yeah. He's actually running out of wisdom scrolls, would you believe? Because he's just walking past them. Look, he's got none left. At the end of the day, town portals are free in POE2. So with your gear, just go back to the town, use it, sell all your gear, come back. It's free. Let's see how he manages with this. Ton of monsters here. See, this is where a grenade would be helpful. Support gem. There is a lot of monsters here. Yeah, definitely a grenade would be helpful right about now. The teaser that they show for Ranger. You'll have to send me the link skill. If you can find the link, send it me in the chat, and we'll watch it after this, because we've not got long on this. We've only got about 10 minutes left on this, because it's only the first hour. Oh, he's pinned in. Is he gonna die? Thank you for the follow, dude. Add on. Does anyone notice using the basic shot a lot when he should be using the fragmentation? Yeah, see, I'd put the lightning damage on the fragmentation shot. Support gem? Get the support gem? Oh, okay, down. Have you seen that new effect, by the way, on the life bar? Do you see that then? When you get shocked, I'll rewind that just in case you missed it. Look at the life bar when he hits him with shock. Watch. It's a new effect, like an ailment status. Look, see it? So you know that you're shocked. Which is pretty cool. There's no sound. There should be. Ah, that might be why. There we go. I love how you're the first person to have said that. There we go. Can you hear it now? So what's he going? Brutality? Double barrel, double barrel, double barrel. Double barrel. Yes, double barrel. You get 2 shots. Or faster attacks. Double barrel. Creates chilling ground. We got double barrel, but that's me. Okay. What did he pick? He did it that fast, I didn't see. Double barrel. Good man, good man. So now he's got 2 shots of the fragmentation. So he can go bang bang instead of bang reload, bang reload. Final boss, guys. Final spike. This is the new portal that was showcased in the MTX for POE2. Is this guy, Rust King. I would take out the little poison creature because that'd do my head in. Oh, he's poisoned and he was shot then. You see it in green and shot. When you're going to make a screaming voice channel in the Discord. A screaming voice? What? What are you on about? Ooh, that hurt. Oh, streaming. Well, there's no point in me streaming in Discord and streaming in Twitch and streaming YouTube all at the same time. No point. Ooh. He's doing quite well though in terms of flasks management. He's not needed to go back and refill his flasks. You like the screaming voice idea? Yeah, no, I was like, what the hell? Screaming voice? Is he dead? One more shot. Dead. There we go. Collect runes of power. Uncut skill gem. Grenade. 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 What did we get? We got the skull cap. See, he's full. So go back to town and go and sell everything. My god, so he just drops everything. This is like what not to do, guys. Don't just drop everything. All of that is gold. And this early on, you want the gold. So go back to town, sell everything, come back, pick it all up, go back, go sell it all. Why is he not going back to town? Go on, go back to town. There we go. Skill Hunter. If you can find the clip, we'll watch it straight after this. Okay? Do you mean the Ranger Showcase?
Furious spikes, but be cautious. I can ask what you need these for, but if you find a pint out
as it might runes, eh?
Bring it back.
Well, whatever works.
How's the clearing?
Sell. Sell. No point in identify it. You're not going to use a 1 as a mercenary, are you? Well, you can, but
Brenly's done a fine job.
he's still not selling items. Why is he hoarding items? Now he's wasting his gold on Scrolls of Wisdom. For what reason? To identify a club that he's not going to use.
What have we got?
It annoys me sometimes when I see other people play. Like, yeah. Sell, 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 sell. See, with all the gold, you can buy more items. Finn and Renly sell different things. He's got ring. No, you can't afford a ring yet. Or a belt. No. It's because you keep dropping stuff on the floor, dude. You don't take it back to town. That's why you can't afford it. Random crossbow. Is it a rare? Oh Let's have a look. Increase fizz damage. Oh yeah, so Finn is the gamble guy. What did he get? You got increased bolt speed, increased physical damage, adds cold damage, accuracy rating, elemental damage with attacks, and mana per enemy. Do you really need to compare? He's just pressed compare, really? I'd be slapping that thing on faster than you can say goose. Why? Why? Crazy man. Now we should be doing a hell of a lot more damage, which is very annoying because now the video's going to end. It finishes literally in the next minute or so. Literally all he does from now on is he goes there, puts the runes in, and then goes back to town. Video ends. Just as he gets a good item. That's annoying. Right, so what was she saying? Sell your build in Gamba. So like a looked voice channel that you'll be in when streaming. We can play together since we can stream. Sorry, like a looked. Dude, you need to read what you're putting because I don't understand what you're saying. A looked voice channel. What's a looked voice channel? Come on, dude. Come on. Ranger showcase. Ranger gameplay of POE. Locked. Well done. Locked voice channel that we can be in when streaming. We can play together since we can't stream POE. Okay. Right, where is it? It'll be on the POE channel, won't it? My God, I need to type it in. So let's go Path of Exile, go to videos, and then scroll down. It'll be down here. There's a Ranger gameplay. If this is the one that he's talking about. Is he even still here? Skill Hunter, are you still here? Yes, no, yes. I'm going to tell you that as a no. Let me, while you're just enjoying my desktop, let me go and find some more gameplay, guys, because there is another gameplay that we can watch. Give me a second. Hold on. So we'll put this on. So this is from the LA event. If anybody hasn't seen this, then we can watch this now. So let's go. It has Jonathan commentating in the background, but it does have some stuff in here that you may not have seen before.
But momentum in combat. Now he does a lot of damage, but he isn't necessarily that strong physically in terms of defenses. So you're going to want to stay back and go into and out of combat very quickly. Now, like all classes, the monk was going to want to mix and match a few different combos. And one of the things we really like to do with our skills is make sure that we've got a lot of things that can take advantage of different situations. Okay. In this particular case, Octavian is freezing monsters with this Wave of Frost, and then he's using Glacial Cascade to kill them if he hits the thing. If the end of the Glacial Cascade hits the monster and it's frozen, then it will do a AoE damage and do a lot of damage. Now, the monk also has a lot of combo skills. An example, so if you hit monsters using regular attacks, then you'll charge those skills up. An example of this is Tempest Bell. So here we're going to create a bell, and then if you hit the bell, it'll do damage around it. You can also add status ailments to the bell. So, for example, you could freeze it like he was doing there, which will add cold damage, but you could also set it on fire or shock it and this kind of thing. So that's sort of just like a really quick rundown of the kind of skills you can expect on the monk. But how do you get skills in the first place? Well, the answer to that is skill gems. So the way that you get skill gems are items that you can find in the world, and if you right-click on one, you can choose what skill you want to get. Now, we're trying to keep the skill system feeling as much as possible simple for new players. There's two things you can do here. You can either level up an existing skill or you can pick a new one, and that kind of interface is quite familiar. We have added things like tutorial videos for every skill.
Frozen locusts will explode when attacked by you or your enemies.
But effectively, we just want to make sure we're keeping this simple as possible. Now, what you do once you've got a skill gem is put it into your skill screen, and once you've done that, you can bind it and use it. This particular skill is called Frozen Locust that creates a little ice ball there, and then you can detonate that with your Glacial Cascade if you want, since it counts as a frozen object. Or the monsters can attack it and explode it that way, or you could use it in front of a boss who's about to slam and explode it that way. So that's a sort of basic rundown on how you get skills, but it's worth mentioning that you can also use skills across other classes as well. So what we saw there was just the skills for this one class. If we open up the screen again, you can see that the skills for the other classes are still available. If you have the stats to use them, you can use them just as well. And then there's lots of different interesting combinations you can use across classes too. So that's just a quick rundown on what you can expect for the monk. Now we're going to move on to the sorceress. So the sorceress is our primary elemental spellcaster. She's going to attack mostly from range. She has high damage but low survivability. The area we're entering here is in Act 3 called the Forge. This is an area like an ancient Vaal forge where they were making forging various gold things. So she's using a combination of lightning and fire here. Once again, there's lots of interesting combos that we want to do, but one of the things that I'd really like to kind of show you to get a taste for one of the other character development areas we have in POE2 is support gems. So
was that Orb of Storms? Is that the new Orb of Storms look there? See it? Looks like it. The circle there with the little ball in the middle.
POE2 is support gems. So support gems are, in POE2, you get them by finding an uncut support. And when you open this by default, what you're going to see is just a few recommendations. If you go through the different skills that you have on the left, there's different recommended skill gems for each skill that you have. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that for new players, it's very easy for them to pick something that's just going to work. In this case, what we might do for Spark is pick Pierce. The reason why that's good is because Spark is a skill that creates a lot of projectiles that run around the ground and then bounce off walls. If we're able to pierce through monsters, it means that they can bounce off a wall and potentially hit a monster again. So that can make it a lot more powerful when you are filling up areas with things like that.
I love the new Spark effect. It looks pretty cool.
We're going to try and relight up the forge here.
Instead of it being like balls with like little tentacles on them, they look pretty weird.
In order to be able to get to the boss.
Or like they look like little spark, little projectiles, don't they?
So one of the other things that we might want to pick is multiple projectiles for one of our skills. So for example, we've got Fireball. If you fire it without multiple projectiles.
You know what I like about this? Sorry to pause it. Look at your health globe and your mana globe. The lighting from the zone that you are in is reflective on your health and mana globes. So whatever lighting you are in at that zone is what's the word? What's it called? There's a word for it. Like global illuminations, is that what it's called? Like the illuminations of everything is reflective on your UI.
You get a single fireball that explodes, throw multiple projectiles on there, and obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs.
And I don't know if you saw that very briefly then. If you look at your UI edging here, it looks very orange because it's right near the forge and the lava here. I would assume that once we go away from this UI will go back to normal color. So it adds like an accent glow onto your UI, wherever you are. Same with any skills. So if an enemy fires like a blue skill at you, when it explodes, your UI will be like bright blue for like a millisecond, and then as it dissipates, your skill bar dissipates.
Multiple projectiles on there, and obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs. So one of the things that's important is that you can actually move these support gems around between skills. For example, if we took the multiple projectiles and instead we put it on, I don't know, this ice. I think you've got an ice skill somewhere, Frostbolt. Then you'd be able to make that into multiple projectiles instead. So effectively, this is the way another area of character progression.
That's the new Frostbolt look.
In order to improve your characters in PoE. So you want to, I think there was another one as well actually. Yeah, Firewall. Let's try Firewall. So Firewall is a skill that allows you to create a wall of fire. If you fire projectiles through that, it's going to add fire to the lightning projectiles that we fire through. So that is quite a nice little combo there as well. But if we want, there's another skill, a support gem I think is quite interesting called Fortress. If you throw that on any skill that creates a wall, was that the one? Yep. Then when you cast it, it's going to make a circle, which you can either put around you or around the monster. So that means you can cast that and then fire in all directions afterwards. So you know, it can add a little bit of power. It might be a little bit easier in this area as well when you've got tight quarters.
Yeah, it actually sounds electric,
the next thing
Eldred.
the warrior. So the warrior is our kind of big tanky melee class. Unlike the monk, he's a lot slower, but he hits a lot harder.
He's level 54. So bear that in mind when you're watching the gameplay.
He's just
See, now look
at
at
WSD, which works a bit better on the
now look at the UI.
Right, so here's the warrior.
Back
now, at
to
the moment,
normal.
he's using a two-hand weapon, so he's going to be hitting very slow, but very hard. But there's also something else you can do as well in POE2, which we didn't have in POE1, which is that if you switch to a shield and a one-hand item, then you've also got active block. So this is something that actually comes in handy. It's not so useful for just regular trash monsters unless they've got some special ability, but it can be quite nice against bosses. So let's have a quick look at that. So this is a big boss here, and the thing with bosses, they have large telegraphed attacks. So if you use active block here, you can use that to avoid all damage from the front, which is quite nice. Now, there are attacks that have a little red flash that you can't block, but for the most part, you can.
I need more time.
Also, for anyone who doesn't know, there is also damage numbers in POE2. Top right corner here, we've got 21,000 damage. He's done already. Look how much of the bar he's still got left to go. So this boss is probably going to have, what, at least over 100,000 life. So this is probably in Cruel Act 1. So when you fight this boss in Act 1, he doesn't have that much life. So he's bleeding at the moment. Look, 15,000, 17,000, 18,000, 25,000, 30,000. Still ticking. As long as you're constantly doing damage over a 2-second period, it will still keep staying there. As soon as you stop for 2 seconds, it disappears. So we're on 55,000, 56,000 damage now. And he just stopped doing damage, so it's reset the counter. That was a big slam. 39, 43. Yeah, he had easily over 150,000 life. Easily. 66,000 and dead. Nice.
Now, one of the key areas that we haven't talked about yet in Path of Exile in terms of character customization is, of course, the passive tree. So Path of Exile is really well known for having a giant passive tree. There's 1,500 nodes in the passive tree, and all the classes use the same tree. However, they start in different locations. So the warrior, for example, starts on the bottom left side here, and because of the fact he starts there, he gets access to a lot more of the melee-focused elements on the tree. Now, to quickly explain how the passive tree works, there are a few different types of nodes here. The smallest nodes are just like minor nodes, and they'll give very simple increases, like, for example, you've just got melee damage here and that kind of thing. But the thing you're probably going to want to go for are called notables. Notables are the very slightly larger nodes, and they have much more interesting effects. They're often going to depend a little bit on what kind of build you're doing. For example, this one here is 20% more damage against heavy stunned enemies with maces. This is something you're obviously only going to care about if you're heavy stunning enemies a lot, and of course using maces. So a lot of these notables are the things that are really going to define your character, and the list of notables is really when it comes to making build guides and things. Is this is what really matters. And in POE2, I've really tried to push the fact that notables are a lot more interesting, so there's a lot more stuff going on with them. But as well as notables, there's also other big nodes on the tree called keystones. And keystones are unique because they have both upsides and downsides. So an example of one right here is called Giant's Blood. It says you can wield two-hand axes, maces, and swords in one hand, but you get double attribute requirements of weapons. So effectively, if you want to use a giant two-hand sword, but you still want to use a shield, you've got a way to do that. You just have to meet the attribute requirements to do it, which could be tricky for in-game bases. There's also other keystones, a few examples from other classes. There's one here that is, from POE1. Maximum life becomes 1, but you're immune to chaos damage. Since chaos damage does double damage to energy shield, this is something that you might want to use. Once you've got that, you don't have to worry about chaos damage anymore. You just need to build for energy.
I'm just looking at this tree here. I've noticed here, and we can analyze this if you want. We've not seen this side of the tree properly yet. If I just take this snapshot here and just put this full screen and make it bigger, I could tell that this segment right here, maybe change the color, might help. This segment right here is purple, so that must be chaos related. This here is also purple, which is chaos related, and this area here is also purple, which is also chaos related. All around chaos inoculation. Now, with this being potentially the shadow cluster, then I can see that you're going to be doing a lot of purple. Purple could also be curses. It could be curses, but I'm thinking it could be chaos damage. There is also a elemental. Let me change the colors here. We have an elemental cluster here, which is on the border of the shadow and the sorceress. So we have like an hold on. Is that, yeah, that's cold, lightning, and fire. There you can see the different segments, and then it looks like we have another cold one here and another cold one here. Then over on this side here we have lightning. You see how the lines are like zigzaggy? That's lightning. So this whole section here is lightning. We have another, this looks like fire here, potential. This one looks fire. That's fire. This looks like lightning again here, so this is lightning again, zigzaggy. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of elements on this right hand side here in terms of like elemental damage, like on the border here between sorceress is like here, this segment here, and this is like shadowy monkey, because you're going to be coming in from the monk side up here, so you could pick any of these up if you wanted to, if you're doing like cold or lightning damage or anything like that.
Energy shield and not life. Or another example of one that's been modified from POE1 is mind over matter. All damage is taken from mana before life, but you have 50% less mana recovery rate. If you're going to build for this, it means you don't have to worry about life once again, but you will have to build a huge amount of mana pool in order to sustain that. So these are the kind of things that you can pick from keystones that, as I said, have upsides and downsides and interesting trade-offs. Now, there is one other mechanic as well that I want to quickly talk about. So if you go back to the character and just have a look, Octavian was manually switching between, if you go back to the character and see, so Octavian was manually switching between one-hand and two-handed weapon sets. He was just pushing X to do that. When he's using both sets, there are things on the passive tree that you might want to be able to use for one or the other. So another unique feature for POE2 on the passive tree is the ability to split passives in two in order to allocate one for one set and another set for the other. So if we allocate ones in red here, these passives will only be used when you've got a two-hand weapon. And if you allocate passives in green using the other one here, these passives will only be allocated when you're holding the other weapon set, when he's using his one-hand weapon. So effectively, if he presses the weapon swap button now, it'll switch from one set to the other. So that means that he can effectively dynamically adjust his passives based on what weapon sets he wants to use. But the other thing as well is in order to make it a lot easier for you to be able to use different passives in your, different passives and different weapons for different skills, we also have the ability to pick for a given skill which weapon set you want to use it with. So for example, the Stampede skill here, if you've got a shield, then when you use the skill, it will be blocking the entire time, if you just demonstrate that quickly. So if you use a Stampede, because you hold your shield in front of you, you're blocking the entire time you're charging. And using the one-hand weapon will also be a lot faster because it's got higher attack speed. So that's something we'd much rather use with our one-hand weapon. But when, for example, we're doing our Earthquake or our Double Slam, this is something that we probably only want to use with our two-hand weapon because we want to do the most damage. So that means we can turn it off with the other weapon set. And now when you use your two-hand, when you use that, it'll switch to your two-hand weapon automatically. So effectively, this allows you to have multiple weapon sets. And
I do like that, being able to just turn them on, switch. You can turn the skills on, so when you use the skill, it will automatically weapon swap. That, I think, is a very cool feature. So you don't have to keep pressing X and weapon swapping. You can set it to automatically weapon swap for you. What have you put? The green one below the big fire could be fizz chaos related to some of the shadow nodes of POE. Yep, could be. It could be projectiles, yes, because the monk does fire out quite a few projectiles. So does
do a lot of
potential
different things.
shadow.
It's also very good for, you know, for example, on the sorceress earlier, she was using lightning and fire. You know, she can have two different staffs, one that's geared for one that's geared for the other, as well as spec.
They have
Eldred
as well. They have.
So that's another character development feature that we have in POE2.
Yeah, weapon swap
Next up,
is
we
very
want to
good now.
talk about the Ranger. So the Ranger is our primary bow cast, bow user, and she's all about range and mobility. So one of the first things we did when we were developing the Ranger is we wanted to make sure that everything you do can be done while moving. So this just makes the game feel a lot more fluid. So she's just a lot more mobile even from that. But she also has a lot of vaulting skills that allow her to jump up. For example, there's one there that like freezes monsters. She jumps up and she can jump over monsters and freeze them. So this kind of thing allows you to, as I said, feel a lot more mobile in combat. Make sure you can get away from the monsters, which you need to do since, she isn't necessarily the most tanky character. Now, one of the things you might have noticed if you're a POE1 player is the bottom left of the screen there, there's only 2 flasks, just a life and a mana flask. We've actually changed how the flask system works in POE2 very recently. Now you get 1 life and 1 mana flask, and that's all. And the reason we actually did that is we found that there was a problem in POE1 called flask piano, where everyone was just sitting there pressing 1, 2, 3, 5 constantly, flasking. The thing is, so we've actually buffed flasks significantly so that each flask has a lot more charges, but you only get 1 of each type. Now, one of the main things...
The fuck is that?
Piano, where everyone was just sitting there pressing 1, 2, 3, 5 constantly, flasking.
Oh, it's part of the effect of the tree. I was like, what the fuck's this big black blob in the middle of the screen?
The thing is, so we've actually buffed flasks significantly so that each flask has a lot more charges, but you only get 1 of each type. Now, one of the main things that people were doing in POE1 when they were using flasks is they were using the other flask slots for mostly things that were making them resistant to various element types and so on. And so we wanted to have a system to allow that to still be the case and still have interesting character customization there. So we've added a new type of item called charms. Charms charge up using charges, so as you kill monsters, but they automatically trigger in order to grant you immunity to certain things at the point when you get those things. So for example here, this is used when you become ignited and then grants immunity to ignite. So if you're having trouble with fire damage, then you can throw that on there. If you get ignited, it'll automatically quench you, and then it will charge up again from killing monsters. Now there are lots of different charms that have different abilities. They trigger on different things. They get you. They make you resistant to different things. They can also get mods, from crafting and so on. So you can make them an interesting part of your build. But the point is, they're always automatic. You don't have to manually trigger them. So it kind of solves that problem of having to manually use flasks constantly.
So I've seen 8 charms so far. I've seen ones that help with ignite. To remove ignite, there's one that removes frozen, stun, bleed, poison, shock, slows, and there's 3 more, but they're all connected for resists. So there's one for cold, one for lightning, one for fire that triggers and adds 25 resistances to your resistances, basically. As soon as you get hit with a fire hit, it turns on and gives you 25% fire res for so many seconds. So... yeah, you're going to have to kind of pick which 3 you want to use.
You get the ability to use more charms by getting higher level belts. This is relatively lower level, so you've only got 1 charm slot there. As you get higher level belts, you get more slots up to 3.
That's
there
10.
Might be some uniques that
So that's 10 up to now. Higher, any?
that lead to
That's 10
charms later on.
charms up to now that I've seen.
One of the other things
You can only use 3.
we wanted to upgrade as well is that we found, so in POE2 there's a huge amount of encounters and bosses. There are actually 50 bosses in early access. There's going to be 100 in the final game. One of the things we've changed is we've upgraded the map to actually allow you to see all of those on the map. So if you zoom in a little bit there, you can see that there's a bunch of bosses and random encounters around the area.
I'm good.
Where Octavian is right now, you can see that there's a boss
We're just watching
Black Fist.
we're just watching the LA event. I've seen it, but obviously a few people haven't. So I did a video on it the other day, obviously grabbing a lot of information from this and putting it into a video. That was the 12 huge news bits of information that came out. So I will keep playing this.
And that means that in this area, there's something to find, a boss to encounter. So as I said, the bosses often have things that you can use to increase your character power as well. So it's important to kill them.
What I don't understand, he's a ranger. Why is he like right underneath him. He's like right next to him. He's a ranger. He could fucking stay half a screen away and still do the same damage. I don't understand why he needs to be right in the middle of it. Okay.
This thing is strong.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you for the follow. Well, he's dead. What does he give? What does he give?
So as you
Is
can
he going to
see,
show
you've
us?
got a book of specialization there, and this is one of the
Ah,
items that allows
2
you to
passive
do the
skill
split
points.
passive points in the passive tree, but it also
Yeah.
gives you more passive points as well. So it's
Yeah.
something that you're going to definitely want to find. Now there are other bosses around the game that have different bonuses and so on, so it's definitely a good idea to explore all the encounters throughout the game and find all of those things. So next we're going to talk about the witch. And while we're showing the witch, it's also a good time to talk about one of the other character progression systems in Path of Exile 2, which is Spirit. So the witch is a primary summoner, but she also has a range of other supporting skills. But the thing we want to show you first is just the fact that she often, and in fact all the classes use a resource called Spirit. So there's a new type of skill gem, an uncut Spirit gem, which you can use here, and that'll give you a bunch of these, another skill screen with a bunch more abilities. What these ones are is for giving you things that are kind of somewhere halfway between a passive bonus and an active one. This one here called Grim Feast feeds on corpses to bolster your energy shield, but we've got lots of these for all classes. All classes can use them. For example, on Sorceress, here you've got Outer Armor. There's one here called Raging Spirits, which means that every time you use a fire skill, it summons a Raging Spirit. So you can, like as I said, it's somewhere between like an active and a passive. But for the minion characters in particular, they're going to want to get a lot of Spirit because all minions are paid for with the same resource. So what we're going to do here is, in order to use Spirit, effectively what you do is you go to the skill screen, and if you've got minions there, you can just click the little plus button, get some extra minions, and there you go. Now, these are permanent minions, which means that if they die, they're going to respawn again automatically. You don't have to spawn them constantly. And that means that it's during boss fights and things like that. It makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry about having to have corpses every time, that kind of thing. But we also do want to support large minion armies, and because of that, we also have minion skills that you can summon from corpses as well. So all these little scorpions here, those are summoned from corpses. While you're clearing, you'll get large armies. During boss fights, it'll be a little bit more focused using the minions, your permanent minions for the most part. Now he's also got some other supporting skills, a lot of things focusing on chaos damage. So he's got a skill called Contagion that'll spread between monsters and other things like Essence Drain and so on, like just a few other chaos damaging skills. Now the other thing with minions is that all the permanent minions come with extra abilities.
So, thank you, Eldred. Let me have a look. So to Annie, you said about newbie. I'll give you some tips in a second. Let me just read this. A melee attack, keep distance. Hold on, let me bring this up. It looks safe. So let me bring this up. Open. Melee attack, keep distance, hit and run. Yes, you can. Ranged attack, can range equal 0 still be called ranged? Yeah, it's a little bit close. Spellcaster, get enough regen and still face tank. Rip Varpack. Mine trap, looks badass, feels clunky. Totem, just remember to turn on loot filter sound effect. Okay. And summoner, sorry, no more cheese. Besides staying alive, the rest is pretty much the same, maybe. But yeah, I get about the range. Can range equal 0 still be called range? Yeah, I don't understand why they stand like so close. It's crazy. So you asked about what tips can I give to or what advice can I give to a newbie like you? First question that I have, and I'd like you to put this in the chat, is how many hours would you say you have in Path of Exile? So are you literally brand new, never played any POE 1 or POE 2, or have you played part of POE 1, you've managed to get to the end game, and now you're interested in POE 2? Let me know in the chat.
That you can trigger manually. So you see those little markers on your minions. You can use those to explode your minions. So that's the arsonists. It's their ability. They'll throw a little bomb and explode your minion. There's also other ones. For example, the snipers have the ability to create little gas clouds.
Okay, so you've put brand new. So if you're brand new and you've not played anything of Path of Exile 1, then what I would recommend that you do, just to get a bit of insider knowledge, just so that you can kind of get the gists of how Path of Exile works. You don't need to get fully in depth, but what I would advise you to do is download POE1 and see how far you can get in the campaign. It will start to teach you little basic things about items, rare items, currency items. Now, not all the currency items are being transferred over to POE2, but obviously you'll learn that over time. But the main thing that you do need to learn in POE is the item progression. So you need to learn how to get from how much does this cost. The game is free, Annie. So POE1 is free. So you can literally download it for free and play it. You don't need to spend a dime and you can have a go of it. You may find out that once you play POE1 that you may not like it. Don't know. You may not like how the progression system works. Try and see if you can get to maps. Maps is considered what's called the end game. If you can get to maps, then try and see how far you can go. You've got literally, as it says on my live stream at the moment, you have 8 days and 23 hours ish. What's the timer at? 8 days and 22 hours to have a go of it and see if you like it. Because what I would hate you to do is spend the $30 and then you don't like it. Okay, so go and have a try at POE1 and see what you think of it.
And
it'll also teach you about the gems, how to 6-link, 3-link, 4-link, 5-link, that sort of stuff, because you are going to need to know those basics for POE2. And there is a hell of a lot of gems. I would say there's about 50% of the gems that are in POE1 that are going to be transferred over to POE2. And then I would say the other 50% are brand new that we have never seen before. So
the more minions you have, the more often you can use those abilities.
You're welcome.
Effectively, it means that each minion
also if you're unsure, Annie, if you check my YouTube, I have a YouTube channel. I do have a bit of a guide. So if you are getting stuck at any point of going through the axe, you get stuck at any point, the channel is there. I just posted it in the Twitch. You can go through my videos. There's some right at the beginning where I did like a walkthrough of Act 1, then Act 2, and Act 3. There is some that I did later on, I think, which were then called... hold on, let me just find them. I did them earlier this year. So I did like a second... So I did a first series, and then I did a second series. So these ones. If you look at my stream here, hold on. These ones here, these purple ones here with the witch on. So Axe Guide, even faster for Act 1 all the way through to Act 10. So if you do get stuck on any act for any reason, you don't know where to go, you don't know how to navigate through it, if you actually click into it, if you look in the description, there is actually timestamps for every single zone in the order that you will be going through. So if you ever get stuck in one particular zone, and then we'll follow the other... Shut up. You can jump to a particular timestamp and follow it from there. Does that make sense?
serves as an extra skill as well as being a meat shield for you as well. That's a quick introduction to the...
Thank you for the follow, Quartax.
But now we're going to show off the mercenary. Oh, actually, wait, no, we did miss something. Sorry about that. Right, so just one other quick thing I wanted to show you as well is that the witch has a lot of other summoning options, even beyond just the ones that we've picked, because she also has things called specters. So basically, anytime you kill a monster on the ground, it can be turned into a specter.
Here we go.
We've actually created one here from Act 1 called a Cultist Archer. They cost quite a bit of spirit, so we're going to unsummon a couple of the Arsonists and put these this Cultist Archer in. Now, the nice thing is that because lots of monsters in Path of Exile have different interesting abilities, all those abilities can be used by the summoner as well. So this one has the ability to summon these like purple polyp things that both slow monsters and add weakness to chaos damage as well. She's using it there with those little things that exploded there. Because those are going to make monsters weaker to chaos damage, it'll be a very good part of this build. It's not as many minions, but the nice thing is that it'll actually end up being more DPS, and I think for bosses it probably is better for this build than not. That's what these little polyp things are. All right, so moving on. Let's have a quick look at the Mercenary. So the Mercenary is another ranged character, but this time using crossbows. Now, the main difference between a crossbow and a bow is that crossbows fire instantly, and they also have an ammo mechanic where effectively, you fire until your clip is empty, and then you have to reload. So it plays a lot more like an FPS. And we've got lots of type of FPS type weapons as well. I just changed it to WSD here because this character plays a lot better in that way. So if you've got like a shotgun type weapon, you've got a assault rifle type weapon.
So if you notice on his rapid shot there, he's got 17 shots in his rapid shot.
Find some monsters. And various other types. You've also got attached grenade launchers and things like sniper rifle type weapons and so on. Now, this plays very differently to the other classes, but I think it's really fun. It's just like a whole different sort of feeling of the game. This particular area is called Doyani's Sanctum. He's doing a lot of experiments on humans and is very interested in anatomy and kind of merging them with machines. There's a pretty interesting chest on the wall there that I quite like. If you click on that one.
Oh yeah, have you seen this? This is a chest. See on the wall here it says cadaver. Watch, this is a chest. This is how he opens the chest. You ready? Watch.
Just so there's a cadaver on the wall that like
slices him.
And drops some items. So that's kind of fun.
Slices a human in half. I'll just for you sick bastards, I'll rewind that. Watch it again.
There's a cadaver on the wall and it like slices up and drops some items. So that's
that is pretty sick. It's sick and twisted, but it is a very fun and creative way to have a chest. Can't wait to play the Gunner Specs. Yes. You only stream this, or did you try DFF games? DFF? That's kind of fucked. What's DFF? Remind me what DFF is.
Kind of fun.
By the way, look at this, lesser jeweler's orb.
We actually originally just had half a person there, but it really just looked like an anatomy diagram, so we needed to do something to show the fact that it was actually a modeled human there. So that was fun.
Yeah, so the lesser jeweler's orbs, different games, right? Okay, no, never played DFF, whatever that is. The lesser jeweler's orbs, by the way, add more sockets to gems. So I think there's a lesser jeweler's orb, I think there's a mid jeweler's orb, and then there's a perfect jeweler's orb, which then adds more sockets to your skill gem, so you can have up to 5 sockets. So you initially get 3, then I think you get lesser, which turns it to 4. Oh no, wait, that might be it. Lesser and perfect. So lesser turns it to 4, and then perfect turns it to 5. So then you've got 5 supports and your skill. Here we go. Let's slice this human again. Are we ready?
So yeah. So one of the other things we haven't even talked about, which is another really important character development system in Path of Exile, is of course items. So now items in Path of Exile work like many other action RPGs, but I think
I talk about these in my video. These are the new uniques. There's an overflow chest here.
We do a particularly good job of having interesting affixes and suffixes. If you have a look at the items on the character, like they generate. We have normal, magic, rare, and uniques. Magic items can have up to 2 mods. Rare items can have up to 6. And effectively, each of the different slots has a pool of mods that's unique to it.
Well, this will just be a show-off, Eldred. You won't be getting this many uniques, I would expect.
But one of the other things that sort of
maybe not the late game.
really important about POE is crafting items. So here we have different crafting items that allow you to add affixes to items. If you use an Orb of Transmutation, it'll turn this magic item to a 1 mod magic. If you use an Orb of Augmentation, it'll add an extra mod to make it into a 2 mod magic. You've also got Regal Orbs that will turn it into a 3 mod rare, which is normally that I have 4, but if you do it this way you get 3. And then you can use Exalted Orbs to add more mods than that to make up to 6 mods. Now, something in Path of Exile 2 that's very different than POE 1 is that these currency items to add mods to items are much, much more common than they were before, and you're really going to be expected to use them throughout the campaign. It's like a really important element of player power. We've actually changed the way the scaling works in quite a lot of elements to kind of try and make it so that picking up like new blue items is going to actually be an interesting choice for you.
I feel betrayed not being able to alt spam. Yeah, there is no alts in the game anymore, guys. So he has said that you should be getting exalts and all the currencies that you can see in his inventory there. You should be getting these all the way through the axe. So you should be getting transmutes, alts, regals, exalts, chaos, alks, annuls. You know, all of them, you should be getting quite a lot of them. And you may as well just leave them in your inventory so that then when you do pick something up, you can just quickly just craft it. And if you get something good, slap it on. If you get something shit, just vendor it. So, yeah.
Using regals and exalts in them are pretty interesting. And also you get regals by selling, by disenchanting rares as
We
well.
know what the two
so
below
effectively you can get quite a lot of regals.
The two below the helmet. Yeah, the two below the helmet is an alchemy orb and an orb of annulment. I can show you the blown up art if you want, if you give me 5 seconds. So there is the orb of annulment. Yep. And hold on. There is the alchemy orb. Blown up, which freaks me out. It really freaks me out because it's the only orb that has a pupil. The amount of detail they've added to, yeah, I know. I don't like that orb. It has an iris and a pupil and a retina. Yeah, I don't like it. All the other orbs. Yeah, all the other orbs, by the way, I can show them all if you want, because I've got them all cut out here, because I spent a couple of weeks ago cutting them all out so that they're all perfect. So I've shown you those two. There's the augmentation orb. Look at the eyes. They're block blue. Annulment orb, you've already seen. Look at the eyes. Block white. Here's the chaos orb. Look at the eyes. Block gold. Yeah? Which looks pretty detailed. That looks pretty nice. I'll put it full screen so you can see it. There you go. And then we have the divine orb. That is the new divine orb. Eyes, block yellow. Or gold, however you want to put it. There's the exalted orb. Block gold on the eyes. We know that this is an orb of transmutation shard. This is a artificer's orb. It was orb of regret. They've now changed it. In the gameplay footage of the live stream, if anybody saw it, when he dismantled a item that had a socket in it, the currency item that the bench gave him back was that. Now, this used to be the Orb of Regret, so it's now called the Artificer's Orb, which now adds a socket to any piece of gear, whether it be a weapon or any armor piece. Then we have the Orb of Chance, which obviously can turn an item either from normal to magic, blue, normal to rare, i.e. the gold, or normal to unique, which is the reddy orangey one at the top. We then have the Regal Orb, which is there. Again, eyes, block colour, blue and gold. We then have the Transmutation Orb, which is our eyes are closed, but that's that. We then have the Val Orb, which is that one. Eyes, block red. And then we have the scroll fragments. Now, the portal scrolls no longer exist, so ignore this one. The top one here is shards of augmentation, and the bottom one here is the alchemy shards, I believe. And then, is that it? That is it. Yeah, that is it. So that is all the new currencies that are going to be in POE2, as far as I'm aware from what we've seen so far. Let me close them down. It's open them all. There we go. And they are all on screen there. So we have Transmutation, Augmentation, Regal, Exalted, Chaos, Annulment, Alchemy.
In order to upgrade items to rares relatively easily. So now these crafting items, the other thing that's important about them is you can use them on any base type, not just items you can equip. They're used throughout the game for many different purposes, for the end game as well, and many other things. So you could use them on flasks and charms. There's all sorts of places where you can use them. So it's definitely something that you're going to want to master and play around with. Now, the other items, of course, that we have is lots and lots of unique items. There are hundreds of them in POE2. There'll be hundreds and hundreds more as we go along. You know, some of them are pretty interesting. They all do things. They aren't just upgraded rares. They all do something kind of interesting. So, for example, here we have a boots called Corpse Wade. If you put that on there and then you walk through a corpse, it'll make them explode and turn into little puffs of green chaos damage there. That's not something you're going to get on a rare item. Another one here is called Sands of Silk. If you put this one on, what it's going to do is change your dodge roll into a teleport, into a blip that can blink through monsters. Once again, not something you get on a rare, but there's, you know, a few others here that are kind of interesting. Next one here is called Couture of Crimson. It makes Life Leech overflow maximum life, so as you attack monsters, you can get like over health above your normal maximum if you're using Life Leech. Another one,
which they confirmed the other day, which means that you can double your life. So if you have 1,000 life, you could double up to 2,000 life using this chest or any type of overflow mechanic.
one here, for example, pretty simple in some ways, is Quill Rain.
Quill
This
Rain,
thing here just
we all
has
know.
ridiculous attack speed, if you but low damage. If you want to make an interesting bow build where you're just making, where you want to hit huge amounts of times, don't necessarily care about the damage dealt, Quill Rain is going to be something for you. Or another one here called the Wailing Wall. This one here disables shield skills, but makes you able to block damage from all hits without having to raise your shield. So effectively, if you want to be able to block a lot of damage, but you don't care about being able to use other shield skills, this could be a good one. So all of these are what we call
Yeah, so you can block damage without having to raise it, which is very powerful.
build enabling. They're interesting things that you might be able to build a character around, do something interesting with, and they're a big part of how the in-game, things that you can find at in-game, things that you're going to be sort of going throughout the game, things that might affect how your character is played.
Right, now I'm going to pause it there because right now he is going to do the Doriani fight. So I'm going to put a spoiler warning in. I'm just telling you now, the spoiler warning. If you do not want to see the Doriani fight, then leave now. I'm giving you a warning, 10-second warning. If you do want to see it, and this is the mech fight, so this is when you see the massive metallic mech that he turns into, and you want to watch it, you want to see how it looks, it probably will get you more hyped for POE2, then stay tuned. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. I will shut up. Enjoy.
So, on the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me! I bear the burden of our future! Pathetic. The ends justify the means. Let's see how you handle this. I can't give up. Not now. The cataclysm must be stopped. So you would take our devices and doom us? I think not. I will fight to the...
Listen, I'm just here for the lady. There's no need for all this.
I've got you now! Freeze! Please! Now! You are within my grasp! Activate the beam! Nothing can stand in my... I've got you now! Fatal ambition! again.
Need a sec.
That is the Doriani fight.
All right. So far we've been showing you footage from the campaign. But one of the really important things in any action RPG is the end game. Now, something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough in-game content. We really want to make sure that in POE2 people don't feel that way. And it's something that we actually changed our priorities for as a studio relatively recently. Now, the first 3 acts of POE2 take around 25 hours to complete. This is already longer than many campaigns in other games. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in in-game. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access instead of working on in-game would actually be a very bad idea. So instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, it's much better for us to concentrate on in-game and make that great. If you're a new player, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with plenty of content, but if you're an existing action RPG player, then what you're going to care about is the in-game challenges that you have to complete. If we'd launched with a double-length campaign and a bad endgame, we'd effectively have to say, hey, trust us, a good endgame is coming later. But if we launch with a 25-hour campaign and a great endgame, then people can easily understand what's coming when we say, oh, yeah, and there's 3 more acts coming really soon. Now, in early access, there are 50 bosses currently and around 400 monster types, but effectively the game is going to double in size during early access and to be 6 acts with 100 bosses and around 800 monster types. Now, the great thing is the rest of the game is like 80% there, and so we'll be adding content very quickly during early access, and so you can expect to see a lot of that coming really quickly. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same player level, we've had to add a second difficulty called Cruel difficulty, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses harder, but also better rewards. If you sort of look at it in traditional game terms, you can think of it as a kind of like new game plus type thing, but we've actually made quite a lot of changes to the game throughout as well, which you'll probably enjoy as well. And that'll take you to around level 65, which is where the endgame begins. So, let's talk about what the endgame is. So in PoE, there are many different in-game grinds. One of the things that's kind of really important is that people feel like they've got a choice between many different types of activities in the in-game. So for PoE2, at the start of early access, we're going to have 8 primary in-game grinds that you can do, all of which have their own sort of systems for leveling them up, improving them, unique rewards, player power that you can get only from them. And we're going to introduce the first 2 of them right here during the campaign, which are the Ascension Trials. So the Ascension Trials in Path of Exile 2, you do encounter them in the campaign to start with, but then they level up all the way to endgame and they have interesting mechanics. So this first one here is called the Trial of the Sekimas, and it's actually a sequel to Sanctum League from PoE 1. So we've actually done quite a lot of sequels to leagues from PoE 1.
Hold on. What was that? Let me go back. Area level 24, number of trials 1. Area level 22, number of trials 1. Okay.
So we've actually done quite a lot of sequels to leagues from PoE 1
I didn't see that.
with new mechanics and new stuff, but all of them have new things going on. So basically, in order to the Trial of the Sekimas is a place where the Maraketh came to be tested and gain power. In order to gain entry, you need a coin containing the soul of a djinn, and then once you put it in the relic altar there, then you can enter and start playing. Now, the trial is made up of various different rooms, and it works a little bit like a roguelike type encounter system, where effectively you pick each room, and then within each room there's a different challenge.
So glad we get to choose which trial we do. Never been a fan of Sanctum. Yes, I know. I just literally just completed a video today for a guide on Ultimatum, and I have a chat about the fact that I will not be doing the Sanctum one because I don't really like Sanctum that much. So I will be waiting till Act 3, and I will be going through the Ultimatum element of it, which will be more fun. It's not crammed into a tiny little circle. You've got a big area to run around and move around. So I feel that that is going to be a hell of a lot more fun. So I'm going to do that and get my points through that.
This one is a ritual trial, I think, which has these monster summoners. So they're effectively summoning monsters, and you want to be able to kill those as fast as you can to complete the room. That one was relatively easy. So once you've completed the room, you can go into the next room to get your reward. Now in this case, we have a silver key. Keys can be used at the end of the trial to be able to get rewards, but effectively you have to be able to survive the entire trial to be able to claim them. Now this is the map for the trial, and you can effectively pick what type of room you'd like to go to next. There are a few different issues. One of them is that the next room will have a type, so for a type of trial. For example, here's an hourglass trial, and it also has a type of reward, but also some of them have boons or afflictions that might get you. So this one says, for example, when you enter it, that it'll afflict you with blunt sword on entry, which means you and your minions deal 40% less damage. We probably don't want to do that as a minion build.
I'd be going the south route, go for the golden key.
But they have better rewards in exchange for that. So once you've picked your room, you can go and do go and do the next one. Now this one's a time trial. You have to survive and kill all the monsters. Now one thing that I didn't mention at the start of this is that unlike in the normal game, if you take hits in this mode, then you're going to lose a resource called honor.
That's one thing I've not seen yet, is where is the honor bar? There is nothing on screen right now. Where is it? Unless they've not put it in the game yet, or they've not figured it out how to show it. But I don't see an honor bar. Do you? Because I don't. There's nothing there. It's funny you should say that, Eldred, because I went and just got this.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
Voice line there for you.
If you run out of honor,
the life bar,
then you have to leave the trial. So effectively, you want to really try and play these runs as hitless as possible, and that means that all the monsters we've selected.
Is it that weird gold, like, etching that's on your life bar?
Usually have to be avoidable in some way, have dodgeable mechanics, and that's sort of why Octavian is playing as safely as he possibly can here. He doesn't want to get too close to the boss or that monster there, because he doesn't want to lose honor.
I'm just watching that.
Oh yes, it is. Okay, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay.
You didn't lose
once
any.
The trial's complete, once again, you can go and get the reward, which in this case.
I'm going to miss Six-Man Labs where Zara just bugs out and repeats his line for every player. Yeah, I know. It's fun,
we'll
that.
do one more. So that one's a Sacred Water Fountain, the Chalice Trial. Yeah, sure, let's do it. All right, cool. The next one's called a Chalice Trial. Effectively, there's a blood chalice here, which you need to fill with blood by killing rare monsters in this area. Once you've killed all the rare monsters, you can continue. Now, there are a lot of different rooms in the trial. There are around 70 in level 1, and they're random, what you get each time. So you should expect each run to feel quite different, and the kind of stuff you can expect to find, the kind of boons and afflictions you get, the monsters that you'll face, this kind of thing, all of these are very different. And there's also 4 floors as well. This is just the first floor. Each floor looks different and has different mechanics, rewards, and so on as well. So there's quite a lot of content here. And once again, like I said, there's got to be ways as well for it to sort of expand into in-game.
He's still not lost any honor.
Have ways to expand it and ways to make it both more damaging and more rewarding.
That's not inspiration, by the way. That value there, that is sacred water, which is what you would use to get afflictions. Sorry, remove afflictions and get boons. So that's kind of like the gold that's in Sanctum, the coins.
Where's that other rare? There he is.
Oh,
Avoid that one.
how much honor did he lose then?
Oh, avoid
Not that much.
that one. Alright, so that's this trial
He did lose a little bit though. If you look at his life bar here, there's a chunk missing at the top now.
complete. And once again, you can get the reward you picked, which I believe was Sacred Water in this case. So Sacred Water is a resource that you can use throughout your run. Effectively, it's a currency that can be used in a shop that you can find throughout the run as well. Water is obviously a very hard resource in the desert. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do now is skip to the last room in this floor of the Sanctum, which is a boss room.
Formidable. Steel yourself.
All right, so here we have Rattle Cage.
That's a strong boss. I've noticed that all of his attacks are telegraphed, as they said, so you'd have to be stupid to be hit by one, basically. As long as you dodge roll out of the way, you should be good. Oh, he got hit then by one of the balls. But what I've noticed is these ruptures, these little things that he's popping out the ground, don't disappear. So if you had a very weak build, I can see that this arena is going to get very cancerous, because he popped two right at the beginning of the fight at the top, and they're still there. So they don't go away. So imagine you had this fight going on for a while, you're going to have them firing all over the screen. There, look at the top of the screen, see it? There's the two that he did. Yeah, the arena practically shrinks.
Infection.
Nicely done.
So that's the boss of the end of the first floor of the Sanctum, but there's lots more bosses in Sanctum to find. As I said, there's multiple floors. They each have interesting.
Yeah, it does look like cremation, but without. Usually with cremation, it fires a lot more. That just seems to fire a lot slower.
Things. Now, at the end of each floor, you'll get the ability to pick from various different chests. The keys that drop give the ability to open these caches here. So you want to pick which one, because each of them have different types of rewards in them. Now, the other thing that you get to do here is use the Altar of Ascendancy. Now, unfortunately, we forgot to reset the Ascendancy class, so you're not going to be able to see the list there when we did the thing before. But effectively, once you've the first time you use the Altar of Ascendancy, you get to pick between 3 different Ascendancy classes. In early access, there's only going to be 2 available for each class, and we're going to be adding the rest later. And those give you interesting things that are only available to your class, because no other class gets those things on the passive tree. Now, with Ascendancy classes in POE2, have really tried to do a lot better in terms of how interesting the things are. For example, this particular class, and because I can't see the name on the screen, I forgot what it's called, Infernalist, right? It's got some pretty interesting abilities. One of them here is called the Hellhound.
So, Eldridge, I hate to say this, You said, I wonder if ascendancy swapping will still be the same. He said last night in an interview that it won't. In early access, for the time being, you cannot swap ascendancy. So whatever ascendancy you pick, you are locked in. They have not added that in on early access as of yet, and they're still having discussions about it, about being able to change it. So that is something that they stated last night. So it's locked in. Same with runes. Runes that are socketed into your gear are permanent. You cannot take them back out again. So any runes you put in, they're there for life, basically. So unless you change your piece of gear, they're gone. You can't take them back out again. So if you get a really, really, really good rune, you might want to hold on to it until you've got a decent piece of gear to put it in. Because as soon as you put it in any piece of gear, it's gone. You can't take it back out.
So this one gives the ability to summon a Hellhound. When you summon it, it has a few abilities. One of them is that it sets everything next to it on fire. It's a minion, so because we're a minion class, this can be really useful. But also it takes damage for you. Every time you take damage, it gets transferred to the Hellhound. So, he's a really good boy. Another one that's really interesting is that, if we just respec quickly away from that, is turning into a called demon form. So when you use demon form, you turn into a demon. While you're a demon, you lose life constantly, but you also have much higher spell damage and much faster cast speed. The longer you survive, the higher those numbers get. So but you're going to continuously take damage. So if you're going to use this, you probably want to do a build.
You managed to get to see the stack at the top. Demon form 14.
So
15.
But you're going to continue.
15. It kept going up and up and up. So is that like 15 stacks of damage, 15 stacks of attack speed? There's going to be some guy that's probably going to keep going with that and just keep pushing it.
Continuously take damage. So if you're going to use this, you probably want to do a build that involves getting high life regeneration.
Yeah, I know you do.
You can survive as long as possible and do a large amount of damage. So that's an example, just 2 nodes from the Infernalist.
Let me read some comments. So you put, I feel with how more unique the ascendancies seem to be, you're less likely to want to swap. Yeah, there's quite a few unique ascendancies. They still have time to add. I don't have time to run the X with the same character. It'll just feel bad. Yeah, well.
But of course, there's lots of interesting nodes there, and you're going to want to get more points by doing more ascension trials, and continue to get more player power.
Eldred, best thing to do then is just keep the characters, don't delete them.
All of the ascension trials. Oh, that's right. Sorry, we haven't even finished this one yet. All right, hang on. Where was I? All right, that's right. Okay, so let's talk about how this extends into endgame. So effectively, as you go through this trial, you might find items called relics. And relics are these items here, which can be crafted. You can see an example of a blue one here. This one says monsters have a 4% chance to drop double sacred water and gain 16 sacred water at the start of the trial. Now, these are ways that you can effectively improve your odds as you go through, but there's some pretty interesting ones as well. Let's have another look at another couple. Bosses deal 4% reduced damage. These ones are very low level and simple, but they can get quite powerful. If you click on the relic altar before you start your run, put a coin in, then you've got these slots here that you can put the relics in, and you can also unlock more slots by doing more. By doing this more in order to be able to put more in. There are also unique relics, like for example this one here that says that the boss at the end of the entire trial will drop a specific unique item, but your maximum honor is 1, which means you can take exactly 1 hit, which means that you need to do a hitless run in order to be able to get that unique. So there are lots of other interesting unique relics that do other things. The ability to extend this and get into endgame is pretty high. And one of the reasons you're going to want to do that is because like all of these different endgame mechanics, there's unique player power that only comes from it. So in this particular case, we have jewels. Jewels are coming back in POE2 as well. You can see an example of one of them here. These are things that you can socket into your passive tree to be able to get more stats. So this one says 15% increased maximum energy shield, and minions have plus 7% to all elemental resistances. Now, because of the fact that you can roll these yourself and stack them, there's some pretty interesting things you can do with jewels. And there's also jewels that have other kind of random and weird effects. Like, for example, this one here says upgrades, says that 25% increased effect of small passive skills and radius. So this one actually modifies the other skills on the passive tree to improve them. With some interesting things and some interesting overlaps, you can do some pretty cool stuff with those as well. There are, of course, unique jewels and other things going on, and I won't go too much into it, but effectively, this does scale all the way in-game, has uniques, has ways to scale it, and a lot of interesting things you can do. The next
So you've put, if we don't get clusters, they've not confirmed clusters are going to be in the game for POE2. There is delirium, but clusters, no. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. There is an entire section for minions, Eldred, on the left side of the tree.
next trial we're going to talk about is the Trial of the Chaos God. Now, unlike in POE1,
this is the one I'll be doing, Ultimatum.
Every time you want to get more ascendancy points, there's a new trial that you have to do to do that. So this is the second trial that you can do, and once again, it's also an in-game mechanic that that can be expanded upon. So we're going to use the mercenary for this one. Now, this is the one you're going to encounter in Act 3 for the first time, but as I said, it extends to in-game as well. Finishing the Ascension trial was kind of an ancient rite for the Vaal that conveyed power and respect. Entry requires a token from a strange entity called the Trial Master. And this is actually a sequel to a league from POE1 called Ultimatum, but it works very differently. So to start with, he's going to offer the trial, make the offering to the trial, and then he can walk in. Now, before you enter each room in the Trial of the Chaos God, you're going to have to pick from one of the downsides that's going to affect you for the entire rest of the trial. So the Trial Master is here, and he's...
Right, so let's have a look at these, because I think these are going to be new effects for Ultimatum. Globules of blood manifest nearby, tracking you, and when above you, they will fall, dealing physical damage. Ouch.
He's going to offer...
Pyramid objects appear, projecting 4 rotating lasers that inflict corrupted blood on hit. Yeah, we'll skip that one.
you an item.
Challenge area contains turrets that will periodically fire lightning projectiles ahead. That one.
To start with, here's the item that you're going to get if you complete this room. And he's also going to say, pick one of these 3 things that's going to potentially hurt you. In this case, we're going to pick blood globules, which will one of the easier ones. And what that's going to do is mean
that's
that,
an easier one?
These blood balls are going to appear above your head and slam down periodically.
Are you ready, Challenger?
He said that's easier. Okay.
As you walk into the room, he's going to summon a bunch of these monsters. Now, each of the rooms has different mechanics. This one's very simple. You just have to kill all the monsters.
All the monsters. That, oh my god, that's a big blood globule.
That's that blood globule I talked about earlier.
Jesus. Stop. And another one.
Now, the blood globule may not seem very threatening right now, but as you go through each room, you're going to add more and more mechanics that are going to hurt you. And so it can get quite intense by the time you've gotten to the end.
One there. Who's next?
There we go. So we've defeated all the monsters in this room, and we can move on to the next one. So as we move to the next room, once again, the Trial Master is going to give us a choice. Basically, sort of double or nothing. Do you want to take another reward and make the game harder again, or do you want to take the rewards you've already received so far and leave with your ill-gotten gains? In this case, obviously, like most players, you're probably going to want to pick another reward and keep going. So there's the existing one, blood globules, and that'll keep stacking
So this one is challenge area, contains turrets again.
up. But we're also going to add shocking turrets here, which are going to add turrets through the...
I wanted to read the others.
Which, you'll have to deal with as well. Now, this one is a trial that requires... it's a timed encounter type trial.
Live.
As you can see, there's those lightning turrets there now, which you also have to deal with, and it's going to spawn a lot of monsters that you have to survive. You don't have to actually kill all of them. If the time runs out, then they're all going to go away. So, yeah, you can...
There's your blood god, John. Triceratops!
And the Vaal had a culture of risk-taking, so all these kind of risk versus reward mechanics very much work for them. The way they crafted and a bunch of other things like that all sort of relate to this kind of risk-taking behavior. He's stuck. Uh-oh. You've only got 4 seconds. Just survive for 4 seconds. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Jesus.
Managed to flask through it, so it's okay.
No, dodging is free. You can press it as many times as you want. You can spam it if you really wanted to. It's just a free, a free fat roll. Do you mean flat roll? It's not fat. You're not fat. Yeah, it is a free roll. You can just roll as many times as you want and just dodge all mechanics.
So as you get towards the end game, there'll be a very significant number of rooms you can do in a row. You can just keep on making it harder and harder. In this first version of it, you're going to...
What did that say then? Sorry.
Harder and harder. In this first version of it, you're...
Monsters release deadly volatiles on death. Rare monsters leave larger ones.
Going to... in this first
I
version
wouldn't
of it,
pick that
you
one.
have to do 4 rooms to be able to ascend. But once again, if you can't do them all in a row in one go without dying, then you'll lose your entry ticket. So you'll have to get another one to get in. So once again, like the other challenge, you'll want to be make sure that you're ready before you do this trial.
Escort the statue.
Now, this particular one involves pushing this idol forward. When you're near the idol, it moves forward. When you're as you get further away, it falls down and doesn't move anymore. So ideally, you can get close to it. Now, as you move it forward, it's also going to spawn these, trigger these monster elevators with monsters that are going to come down as well.
Not dinner. That one dragged a little bit, but it's okay. We finally got there in the end. All right. So just like in Sanctum, there are also bosses that you can get as you go through here. The order of them is random, and so they can be very hard or relatively easy depending on when you encounter them and what things that you've picked beforehand. Before the boss, once again, the Trial Master will ask you to pick, do you want to bail now or do you want to pick something else?
What did that say? Hold on.
Count
Let me
them.
just...
Do you want to bail now or do you want to pick something else?
Hold on. There. Monsters gain 100% of maximum life as extra maximum energy shield. No. Buffs expire 3 times faster and debuffs expire 3 times slower. Really? It's the energy shield?
So here's one of the bosses you can find in the Trial of the Chaos God.
Oh, big guy.
Will bring you to your end.
The Vulture of Chaos. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on, hold the fuck up. There was no, warning where he was going to land then. Look. Yeah, there's no warning on the floor. Whoa, tornado.
That tornado is killed him the most times in practices, by the way. It's lethal.
I wonder if that's the tornado, Eldred, that guy was talking about. Maybe. Size of that tornado, though. It's huge. Uh-oh. Here he goes. Up in the air. Is he going? No, he's not. He's staggered. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him while he's staggered. Go, 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 go. Oh, he's gone. One more. One more. One more. There we go.
Will be your downfall.
The hell's that? Oh. Nice.
So that's as far as we're going to go in this trial for now at this low level. And of course, once again, you'd be able to ascend here if this is as far as you can get during the campaign. But there's a lot more stuff you can get. So the Trial Master now is going to give you the rewards that you've earned throughout the trial. And there are a lot of rewards that are unique just to this trial. So let's go through a few of these that we've got here. Now, the first thing he's going to offer, one of the things we've got here is an item with a socket in it. Now, we removed gem sockets from POE2, but we've actually re-added back sockets in a much more traditional way.
Oh, hi,
as
dude.
Things that you can put items in to get extra mods.
How do you say that?
So if you look down the list there,
Kakashi?
you can see a thing called a soul core. This is
Hi,
a soul core
Kakashi.
of thunder. If you put it in a weapon, you get lightning damage. If you put it in a shield, then
Oh, thanks for the
an
subscribe.
armor, you're gonna get,
Thank you, dude.
10% lightning resistance.
Thank you for the prime.
Now, this is player power. You can't get any other way than sockets, and it's only unlocked through content that you can get through here. Now, if you want to be able to actually add sockets to
This game comes out on the 6th. Yes. Well, the early access comes out on the 6th. Yes, it does.
existing gear, as opposed to using the sockets that are on gear that you get from here, you're going to have to
And Alibi, yes, I think a grenades are going to be the way to go. I'm going Grenader with
use
Mercenary.
these things called Vile Orbs. Vile Orbs modify things unpredictably, and they work a little bit differently than they used to in POE 1. Now, the first thing I want to mention is the fact that these corrupt items, and what that means is that after you've used this, you can't use it on another item again. So that's the last thing you want to do in your crafting step. This particular one here rolled with it got an extra mod. It got 14 to 20 chaos damage as an extra mod, as well as getting corrupted.
Yeah,
But they
yeah.
can also do other things. So we'll use it on some of our gear here. You can equip it. I think you can leave it equipped. Yeah. So we're going to use it on his bow here. Okay, so that one gave him a socket. Excellent. So now he'll be able to upgrade his bow with a soul core to get an extra mod. So that's really valuable. Probably wouldn't have picked that one, but that's fine. That's what he had. Then we've also got, let's see in some other results. That one, okay, so that one just modified random mods on the item. So probably not good, not what you wanted. That's a bad outcome.
No.
All the
Another thing to know, and I did talk about this in one of my videos, is that the Vile modifications are now bright red. So you can't really miss them. They are literally bright red, but also the modifiers are being extracted from the Scourge mod pool. So if anyone played Scourge League, the mods 25% increased armor and evasion was a Scourge mod, but there was also a reduced armor and evasion mod as well. So they've nicked a few mods from Scourge and thrown them into the mod pool. Same with the axe as well. Sorry, just to rewind it back. You could never get a mod that had adds damage. Look, adds 14 to 20 chaos damage. Now you can. So you can literally just get flat damage mods. Early access on the 6th. Is there another way? Is there another date for those without early access? No. It's probably going to be at some point later next year. So I'm talking at least 6 to 12 months, I think.
other hand here, all right, added another mod, 25% increased armor and evasion. That's a very good roll. So effectively the theme with these things is that you're going to get random results. You don't probably want to use them on the items that you've got equipped because they're likely to potentially damage them or make them worse.
So to Alibi, yes, Plasma Shot does look very, very cool. It does look, from the video, which I can bring up after this, it does look very, very cool. They've not shown anything on it other than that video. Within the year is the goal. It is indeed. Oh, did we get every mod from Krangle League? We're not too sure, Eldred. We've not had them confirmed. If you want to play the early access, you got to pay $30. Yes, you do, dude. If you want to pay early access, yes.
Power that you can get from
Unless, sorry, forgot to say, unless you have spent $480 since you've had the game in total, then you should get a free key. So if you're brand new to the game and you've never spent a penny, then you will have to pay. If you played the game for quite some time and you've spent more than $480, then you will have then you will obviously get a free key.
this that you can't get any other way. So it's something that you're definitely going to want to be able to do as you go through the game.
Now, of course, because we got to the end here, we can also ascend. For this particular one, we might as well just ascend this character. So there's the Witch Hunter, which you could pick, and might as well just pick a simple node. I mean, there's a basic one that's just Culling Strike. You might as well pick that. We didn't actually plan to show this character class while we're...
For anyone else who's still watching as well, I am going to be talking to... Sorry, I'll just pause it a second. I'm going to be talking with Talkative Try, if anyone watches his channel. I am on his Hype Train videos, so I will be talking to him in December, so make sure you tune in. So if you do watch Talkative Try, we're going to have a chat about the end game, and we're going to have a chat about POE2 in general. We've not sat down properly and had a quick chat about the questions, things like that, but that is an option that we're going to be going, that I'm going to be doing in December at some point. So that should be good.
An entrance to the Trial Master's Tower. That's like a special in-game thing.
I'll turn this up.
Show you, but effectively that's the pinnacle boss for this particular in-game grind. But let's talk a little bit about how you're going to expand on this. So if you go back to the start of the area, the keys not only have let you get into the trial, but they also going to have mods on them as well that allow you to do different things. And just like the Val always have, we want to make sure that there's things that have both bonuses and downsides. That they're very double or nothing type culture. So this one here says sacrifice up to 10 exalted orbs to receive double that on trial completion. So effectively, you know, you can go double or nothing on currency as well.
But minus 25
25%
player
resistance.
Ouch.
It's a pretty nasty downside. You can roll these things and you know they have some pretty interesting mods on them. So yeah, it's one of those things you can specialize into in game. Now, of course, there's also uniques only available here and various other things available here. So yeah, you're going to want to do that. So those are the two trials that extend into in-game that are during the campaign. But now we want to show you how the actual in-game, sort of primary in-game system itself works.
I love that they called him
we're going to have to get a higher
Monk
level
with an
monk,
MU.
to be able to show you that. Now, I'm not going to get too much into the plot of this, but this is where you're going to start in the in-game. And just like in POE1, we have a thing called the map device that you're going to be using to travel around. But what you actually get when you click on the map device is going to be quite different. Now, the storyline here effectively is that there's corruption from the beast has spread across the land, and you're going to need to try and cleanse it. Now, this is actually an infinitely scrolling map that goes in all directions and contains all areas you can go to. You can go to each map only one time, so you're going to want to, you're going to try and want to find, like, you know, interesting places to go. Now, this is the primary thing to explore after you finish the campaign, and there's all sorts of things to find on here. There's bosses, there's towers, there's beast corruption, there's rare areas with interesting mechanics, all sorts of in-game content that you can see these icons for around the place, and hideouts, roving merchants, and even cities.
So I'm gonna pause that there a second. So me and someone else, we were chatting in Discord last night, and we noticed something, and we don't know what the difference is, and I'm going to show you what I mean. So if we just take a screenshot here, and I'll zoom in. If you have a look at this node here, it's just a regular circle. Let me just make the narrow, make it a little bit narrow, and then it has 4 little prongs that kind of go up. Yeah, that's on the nodes. So this one is the same. This one is the same. However, this one has your ring, then it has 4 extra like prongs around the outside, and the prongs in the middle are extended upwards even more. We have no idea what the difference is between this map and this map. We have no idea. We had a theory last night that I thought it was connected to corrupted maps. But then once we spent a bit more time on it, it meant that it wasn't, because we've noticed that it's also in non-corrupted areas. So it was just like, okay. Then we thought it was only areas that contain bosses, but then we saw areas that, like, there's an example, there's a perfect example right there. Look, there's a perfect example there. So these 2 areas here are just a normal circle, normal circle. There's none of the extra bits, but this has a boss. And this has a boss. So it's nothing to do with the boss, but I don't know what it means. It's nothing to do with corruption, and it's nothing to do with bosses, and it's nothing to do with content that is on the map. So at the moment, we have no idea. They did mention the move for it. Yeah, okay. That's the telltale. No, it's not the telltale sign. That it could maybe mean it was a boss. It has a boss or is that one of the symbols? No, that is the symbol for the boss, so it's not that. These nodes is the maps of the area. These nodes is maps of the area. Yeah, these. So every single one of these lights, green lights, white lights, the green ones are ones that have already been completed. Blue are uncompleted, but you can travel to them if you want and complete the map. And then the grey or the white ones up here are uncompleted as of yet. Hold on 1 second. Everyone can play the game on the 11th. 11th of December? No, B-boy. It's the 6th of December.
Now, effectively, in order to travel to one of these, what you're going to do is click on it, and then you can travel to it using a waystone. Now, these waystones effectively work like maps did in Path of Exile 1. You can craft them and so on as well. Once you've gone to the map, then what you're going to find is a randomly generated... Oh, okay, he immediately clicked the portal back. Classic mistake. What you're going to find here is a randomly generated area, and we've really ramped the random generation up to 11.
It could be Eldred. It could be.
Obviously, all the monsters here are also going to be random, and one thing I will mention is that the variety of monsters in POE2 is a lot higher, and they have a lot more interesting abilities, which means that interesting combinations of them in maps.
Hold on. What I'm also going to show you guys, I don't know whether you saw that. Very.
Also going to be random, and
hold on.
One thing I will mention is that the variety of monsters.
Pause. Wait. Now there. So I'm going to leave that screen on for a second because we're going to go through it. There's a lot of stuff in his inventory, and we're going to go through them. So first things first. He has all of his crafting currencies along the top row there. Okay. Then he has expedition currency. So he's got exotic coinage and he has some chalice cups. He then has tablets on the right hand side here. So he has a breach tablet, a ritual tablet, an expedition tablet, and a delirium tablet. So these are the tablets that you put in the tower that would obviously then juice an area with all of your maps. He also has an Audience of the King currency item right here. So we can, if you wanted to, go and fight the ritual boss. This next to it, no idea. I have not seen that before. No idea. It's not been shown in any reveals. Don't know. This I know is a catalyst, which is obviously connected to breach. And then he has here a breach stone. And then just below it here, he has a breach splinter. And he has 2 of them. Next to it, he has a breach ring, which looks exactly as it does in POE1. Then he has 3 distilled emotions here, which is from delirium. These are what is taking over from blighted oils. So you have to obviously obtain these. They are also taking over the fact of delirium orbs as well. So if you're wanting to add delirium to your maps, then you can slap these on. Any of them, just need 3, slap them in, you've got a delirious map. Carrying on, he then has 2 skill support gems here. He's got 1 skill gem, and I think this is a buff skill gem because the design of it is slightly different. He's then got 3 omens, 4 omens, I didn't see that one over there, 4 omens, and he then has, these are the waystones for higher tiers. So we have a tier 14, 14, 14, 15, and tier 16 waystones. If you notice, they all look slightly different, which is, I'm going to assume, the corruption on them because of the tentacle. And I'm going to assume that it starts getting worse in terms of corruption the further you go on in terms of tier of your maps. Did they show the simulacrum item icon before? No, they haven't shown the simulacrum. That could be, good shout, that could be the new simulacrum. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Good shout, Eldred. I haven't seen them. They spoke about simulacrum in the live stream, but they didn't show us what it looked like. So
higher, and they have a lot more interesting abilities, which means that interesting combinations of them in maps can really...
Does it not look similar to the map device itself as well? What, the tablets or the maps? What do you mean?
Produce interesting results. These particular ones are...
You reckon the left side gem is a meta gem like Cast on Ignite? It could be, could be.
That were randomly picked here seem to be relatively simple, so I guess that point isn't that well made today, but that's all right. Now this monk is effectively the same kind of build that we were doing before, but it's a lot faster for in-game. But what we're going to do is we're going to amp it up a little bit further just to sort of see some of the kind of things that you can do in in-game as well. So after we've finished clearing this pack, then we'll do that. So let's open up this, and what we're going to do is this is a character that freezes a lot of things.
There you go. It's cast on freeze.
So we're going to add a cast on freeze gem here. And what that's going to mean is every time you freeze a monster,
so it's a meta gem,
it
yes.
has the ability to cast whatever spell of your choice. In this case, we're going to cast Frost Wall.
Okay.
And we're going to add Fortress and reduce cooldown to that so that we can cast them all the time. And they're going to go in a circle around the monster that got frozen. So effectively, because it's going to create a lot more frozen objects around the monster, when you use your Glacial Cascade, they're going to do a lot more damage and explode for a huge amount of damage as well.
Yes. Adam, yes, it does, yeah. Lights in the Atlas, yes.
So the goal here is to cleanse the corruption on the map, and you do that by killing all the rares, and if there's a map boss, then killing the map boss as well. Now there are map bosses that can spawn in every map, but we've actually decided to not have a map boss every time you go to them, and instead you can see which areas have map bosses on the main map. What that means is that we've got the ability to have the map bosses be a lot more challenging, but also drop
Could be
a lot more
sim
items
or
as
expedition.
well,
Yeah,
so that you don't
could be.
encounter them quite so frequently. And you can also choose, you know, do I want to do bossing, or do I want to just grind maps and do other things? So it kind of gives the player that choice. So once
You put his cursor on the left skill gem. No, he showed us. So it's cast on freeze with Frost Wall.
you've completed the map, it'll be green on the in this area, and then effectively allows you to continue to explore. Now this map is kind of somewhat randomly explored, so
100% more chance to inflict elemental ailments while unbound.
you know, don't concentrate too much on that. But effectively, you're going to be expanding outwards from the center. Now, of course, the other thing you can do is craft maps with currency items. So if we get a you know, an orb of transmutation here, we can use that on there to get a mod on the item.
You're going to miss the Big Bomb Expedition. Why? Why are you going to miss it?
Now, the prefixes are benefits to you, and the suffixes are negatives to you. So this is something that we've changed a little bit how it works. So that means that you can just get a map that's just a straight up boon to you if you do a single. If you turn it into a magic with only one mod, but of course if you turn it into a rare, you're going to get a variety of downsides and upsides, and all of them can have different effects. So once you've cleansed corruption from maps, then you can start to unlock the Atlas tree, which allows you to further upgrade your progression system for this thing. So here's the Atlas tree here. Now we've actually made, what we've actually done here is all the different types of content have their own trees. Each one of them is kind of like an ascendancy class, and then for that content,
Having to clear the boss of it to get the points for it makes me want to not interact with the mechanic. Yeah, you do have to clear the boss. I just realised we don't have scourings. No, you don't have scourings anymore, dude. You have to use annulment orbs. So you said that you're going to miss the one bomb. This node right here. Hold on. Let me screenshot it. This one right here is your one bomb expedition. So it's still in the game. I can find, if you give me 2 minutes, I can find a screenshot of it. He does do it in here, so if he gets to it quicker than I do, then I'll pause it.
But there's also a primary tree that you get just for killing maps. So there's a tree here for cleansing maps. There's also a tree for killing bosses, and then trees for doing other content on the Atlas as well. So you can kind of you don't have to choose between, or rather, you can choose to do a piece of content, but you're not going to be losing anything from any of the other pieces of content when you decide to do them later. Effectively, they all have their own kind of scaling in that way. So a random example here, 20% increased magic monsters in your maps. Another random example, I don't know, 20% increased quantity of waystones found on your maps. But there's also like keystones here, like rare and unique monsters in your maps have 1 to 2 additional modifiers. It also adds extra bonuses to drops as well. So these are the kinds of things that you can get on the tree.
Yeah, I've managed to find it. So I showed it in a video. So there you go. Number of explosives is 1. 150% increased explosive radius in your maps. Expedition monsters in your map spawn with an additional 20% of life missing, and 100% increased explosive placement range in your maps. So it is still in the game on this node here. That was on my video that I did the other week.
And that's one of the progression systems as well, effectively, as I'm going through the Atlas tree here. But it's also kind of the gateway to a lot of the other mechanics. So for example, here we see a map that's got this little hand icon, and that means that there is a breach in this map. There's also the boss icon there, which indicates there's a boss there as well. So we know there's a breach in there. You know, if you're looking for breaches, this is where you want to go. You can effectively always see the content that you're going to be able to face in maps as you look around the tree. And there's also going to be mechanics for adding more of them later, which we'll talk about as well. So at the start, you'll just have to find them randomly, but later on you can add them to maps too. So let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So obviously you have to, so you're saying that obviously you have to interact, so you have to fight the expedition boss twice to be able to get the points to allocate that one bomb. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
All right, so breaches. So Breach is another one of the League sequels that we've done for Path of Exile 2, and it's also one of the sort of pinnacle, like in-game content grinds that you'll be able to progress through. Breaches are effectively small fishes in reality that let you see into an alternate plane where demons roam free, and touching a breach will cause it to expand and reveal all the demons there that are lurking on that plane. So we're going to have to warp, unfortunately, directly there, which is going to trigger immediately, so you won't get to see what it looks like before you trigger it, but Octavian can do that now. So when you trigger it, and this is a horrible location for it, when you trigger it, all of these demons will start to come out of the other plane. Now, as you kill the demons, it's going to extend the amount of time. If you're a very good player, and you can kill demons very quickly, you can keep this going for a very long time and like cover like half the map with it. If you're not as good, or maybe your build just isn't as strong, then you're not necessarily going to be able to do that. So it's very hectic. Oh yeah, there we go. So it's ended already. So effectively, you have to try, if you're very fast at kill speed, you're going to be able to take very good advantage of this particular mechanic. Now, breaches, of course, have their own rewards, which is why you're going to want to do them. Let's just have a look on the ground to see if we can find any. If you go back and have a look. Did it drop any? Breach splinter. Right. So one of the so there's a couple of things that they drop. So one of them is catalysts, and the other one is splinters. So which one should we talk about first? How about the catalysts? So catalysts are a reward you can get only from Breach, and effectively what they do is increase the quality of specific modifiers on jewelry. So this one here says, adds quality that enhances life modifiers on rings and amulets. So effectively, this is going to allow him, to, if you use that on your ring or amulet, it'll allow you to increase the, it'll add life quality that'll make the life roll on that amulet go up. This is an area of player power that sort of seems relatively subtle, but there's actually quite a lot to this that you can do. Breach also drops Breach rings that are one of the best ring-based types because they allow quality to go up to 50.
By the way, look at the life on that ring. 201 life.
Which means that you can use those as base types to create some really crazy rings for the end game as well. So that's one of the forms of player power you get from only from Breach. The other thing you're going to find in Breach that will sort of unlock the pinnacle boss are these Breach splinters. So if you collect 300 Breach splinters, it'll allow you to make a Breach stone that will allow you to go to the Breach domain where you can fight one of the pinnacle bosses. Now we're actually going to show you this pinnacle boss for this particular league mechanic, just because it's nice to see one. But we're not going to show you any of the other pinnacle bosses in this demo. But all of the different types of league, all the different types of content that we have here, all have their own pinnacle bosses that we can do. Now this is effectively a map that's a single large breach, and you're going to have to be able to race through the entire map in the amount of time to be able to get there and finish it.
Yeah, I think so. For Quartex, I think the best builds are going to have 2 breach rings with maximum quality. I can already see nearly 90% of builds are going to have double breach rings. Unless there is some busted ass rings, unique rings that we haven't seen yet that give more player power than a breach ring, which I very much doubt, then yeah, people are going to be running double breach rings easily. One, probably focusing on resistances, one focusing probably on like defenses like life, mana, maybe damage, that sort of stuff.
Now this is the domain where the demons actually live, and you can see the kind of creepy hand stuff they've got going on as their theme there, that's as it gets revealed.
what I've noticed is in Breachstones currently, there is no clasped hands. In this, there is. Look, can you see it there? Clasped hands. So as well as killing monsters, we also have clasped hands. The monk is currently using... not too sure. Some sort of slam skill. Ice, there's I saw... give me a second. I'll be able to find it. 1 minute, 1 minute. All right. So I have every single monk skill here, so you can have a nosy if you want. So I'm going to assume that he is using Ice Strike. And there's a Wave of Frost skill there as well, because it is a cold one. And there's Freezing Mark, because it is a cold skill that he's doing. So I'm going to assume that he's doing Ice Strike with Wave of Frost. But then he's also just added in a second ago, cast on, what was it that he put in? Cast on Freeze, cast on something, and it triggers Frost Wall on enemies that are frozen. Yeah, possibly.
Looks like he did it. All right, so now if we keep going here, we're going to get to the boss.
Again, warning, if you don't want to see the Pinnacle boss, they did pretty much show the majority of it, or a good chunk of it, in the live stream. They do the full boss fight here, so I'm going to put it on.
Dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She of storming cruelty.
I need mana.
The fury of the hive. She is Ish. His message burns.
Yeah, mana's not reserved, it's spirit that's reserved, so yeah.
The fury of the hive. Hear the great winds. We watch. We wait. We dream. The red fire blooms.
Bear in mind, this boss has about over 1 million health, because look, he's done 410,000 damage, so he's easily got over 2 million health, and look where he's up to on the guy's life bar.
Realize truth. She of thought and motion. Within our grasp.
That was another 266,000 damage.
The creeping dark of unburdened thought. We call, we command. Thought by thought, destiny unwinds.
Right, so I think this in a minute, he does nearly 750,000 damage. Watch. Right, so he's at 423,500. He's about to hit maximum stagger. Right, now he's at maximum stagger then. Did you see that then? Hold on. So he's at 474,000. Watch this. He hits stagger. He then hits him with one hit. So he's at 501,000. He hits him with one hit. And he goes from 501 to 755,000. So that one shot at full stagger did 250,000 damage. We nearly staggered. Now he's staggered. Is he? Wait. No, now he is. They are behind the countdown. I apologize. Let's move that. There you go. Apologies. I'll move the bar to there. There we go. Now he dropped a tier 3 gauntlet, which is nearly top tier. Tier 4 is highest.
Alright, so that's an example of a pinnacle boss, and we're not going to show you the rest of them, but that's just kind of give you a flavor for what an endgame pinnacle boss might be like. But just like all of the pinnacle bosses, when you defeat them, you're going to get points for the ascendancy tree, sorry, not ascendancy tree, for the Atlas tree for that particular content. So this is the Breach one here. Now the idea is that you kill the boss, you make the whole league more difficult, and then you can beat the boss again at a higher difficulty and get more points. So the first point here you're going to see is +1 to Twisted Domain difficulty, which is going to effectively make Breach harder. It says here, difficulty causes monsters to have increased damage and toughness, as well as making them grant more experience to drop better items. But there's also effectively specific nodes that will give you interesting changes to that league mechanic. So for example, classed hands in your maps have a 25% chance to be guarded by a pack of magic monsters. Breaches in your maps have 50% more classed hands. Those things are effectively like breach chests that you find as the breach expands there. So that's like a bonus that you might choose to pick. There's lots of other ones here that you could pick as well. And as I said, each of the different types of content all have their own trees here that you can do your own stuff with. So that is, actually wait, there's one more thing that we forgot to tell you about, and this is kind of important, which is tablets. Okay, right, I should have gone over that earlier, so we'll just do it now. So effectively, right, when you do a breach in your maps, one of the things that you might find, and this is kind of important, are tablets. Now tablets are items in your inventory that you can use with these towers. If you open your inventory there and have a look at just find a good place. So when you play breaches, you might find these breach tablets. And what this does is effectively adds more breaches to maps in the vicinity. So this says add 8 maps in range. 8 maps in range contain breaches, and breaches in your map spawn an additional rare monster. So if you open a tower, it gives you this interface. You can put the tablet in there, and then when you use it, it affects the local area and adds a bunch of breaches around the place. So what that means is that all the content is self-reinforcing. If you want to play breaches, then you're going to find this, these tablets. You're going to use those to add more breaches to maps in the area, and also boost what the breaches are doing, and then which will get you more tablets, which will get you more and more, and so on. So it's effectively a way to, if you're choosing breach is the thing I want to be doing, then that means that you can effectively self-sustain breach for as long as you want to, and sort of effectively turn your map into that. This is true for all the different mechanics that you can find on the Atlas. You know, you've got ones here for Ritual and Expedition and Delirium right there. So, all right. So that's kind of important. So what we've covered here effectively is, okay, obviously, actually, one thing I, of course, failed to mention is that, you know, there are uniques you only get from that pinnacle boss, of course, and so on. There are uniques you only get once you get the difficulty of that pinnacle boss up to a certain level. So, of course, once again, each endgame grind has to have a way to expand it, a way to make it more difficult, a way to specialize into it, a way to, you know, get rewards that are specific to that. So, next, let's talk about Expedition. So once again, we've done another sequel to a leak from POE1. This one's Expedition. We'll put a map in here, and just to make it a little bit easier, we're not going to actually do the rest of the map. We're just going to do the Expedition part of it. So what Expedition is effectively there are some Kalgurans, a group of people called Kalgurans, who are trying to dig up some old burial sites from their ancestors, and the goal is try to get Verisium relics that are left over from their past. If you've played POE1, the mechanic is quite similar. Effectively, what you're going to see is all of these markers here on the ground that are going to tell you whereabouts things are buried, and they're going to dig these things up using explosives. So effectively, you have to choose carefully when you place the explosives.
It is indeed Beldred.
To get the most amount of bonus. There are also these things called remnants here that give you both bonuses and downsides for doing them. After you blow up the remnant, all the future monsters.
That is the most busted one. Sorry, just sneezing. The runic monsters are duplicated. That is the most busted runic remnant of them all. I love that one.
After that point, will be stronger but more rewarding. So effectively, Octavian's going to place down some of these dynamite charges in a string, and then once he's done that, then he will be able to detonate them and spawn things. Now he's choosing carefully which remnants he wants to use based on his build. He wouldn't want, for example, to make all the monsters immune to ice, because that would completely destroy him. Now there are lots of interesting things to find under the ground. There's like chests, and there can often be caverns and things like that. Once you get to the end game system, the pinnacle content for this league, there's going to be bosses and so on to find and things like that. Now the purpose of killing all these monsters primarily is to get these Verisium artifacts. You can see one there that says exotic coinage, but there's various other things like that on the ground. They also have these chests that drop items. There's a broken circle artifact, and oh look, they're unique, nice. You might as well identify it. I don't know which one that is. Let's have a look. This is just unscripted, by the way. Apron of Emerian. Bleeding you inflict is aggravated, which says that aggravated bleeding does 200% extra damage. Right, cool. So this is a bleed build type unique. Actually, whatever. Anyway, yeah, once you've got these artifacts, then you can trade them with the Kalgurans for various different rewards. And once again, I'm not, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into too much into this, but probably one of the more interesting ones is using crafting with a guy called Rog. We'll do that one here just so we can have a look. So Rog effectively has a shop where he'll sell you different items. You can re-roll it using the currency as well. But once you find something that you want to kind of start with, which maybe you don't, there we go, then what you can do is after you...
Now, just to rewind, I talk about this in my video that I'm going to be releasing on the weekend, but there's something quite pivotal on this picture. Okay, Eldritch, yes, I do mention that. You have to pick up the artifacts, which I said that some people are not going to like. So there's only 4 artifacts though, so you don't have lesser, greater, grand, and exceptional for 4 factions, which obviously would be, what, 16 parts of artifacts? No, you only have to pick up 4. Now on the right here, as you can see, we have 1 for exotic coinage, which is obviously part of Tusion. I think you then have the Broken Circle, which is part of Gwenin. You then have the Black Scythe Lessers, which is part of Tusion. And then I think you have the Chalice at the bottom, which is part of Rog. You would obviously use Gwenin, Tusion, Rog currency, obviously for them specifically. And then the exotic coinage will re-roll everybody. So it'll re-roll Gwenin, it'll re-roll Rog, it will re-roll Tusion, which is quite nice. I like that, because then it's a lot more streamlined. Danning is there. You saw him as you walked in there, but I don't know what he does.
We'll do that. You can re-roll it using the currency.
Yeah,
before you click prefixes.
So rug crafting is still in the game. So he shows obviously here rug crafting as always. We all know what rug crafting
now,
is.
The other thing you're going to get from Expeditions, other than the tablets, and it allows you to make some pretty interesting items.
Hold on. Look, there's Danning right there. So Tusion's there, Rug is there, Danning is stood right here. I don't know what he does, because he may sell currencies for the other factions like he does. He may sell logbooks. Don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see. Gwenin still does what she does, but he doesn't click into Tusion, so I don't know how he works.
Now, the other thing you're going to get from expeditions, other than the tablets that allow you to do more of them, is what else do we have here?
Look, so he clicks on Danning. Look, buy items is in his menu, but he doesn't show you the screen.
Yeah.
He only shows you the logbook screen.
Right, we'll just do the logbooks next. Okay, right, so we've got logbooks. So if you can get a logbook, it effectively allows you to do a like super expedition, which is like an area that has only expedition. These logbooks have various mods and things as well, and then once you go there, then you can do an expedition that has a lot more. You get a lot more dynamite to make it a much larger string. So there's a lot more strategy in picking what.
So Tusion is no longer currency daddy. No, I think he is. No, I think Tusion is still going to be doing currency, dude. It's more a case of I don't know what Danning's going to be doing.
Type of things you want to find. Also,
yes,
you,
8 days left, guys. 8 days.
Like bosses and uniques and like special underground areas and things like that to find. So there's just quite a lot of stuff hidden under the ground that you want to do.
There is still 2 underground zones. I can see the 2 white dots there. I can't see any more. So that's fine.
An underground area, maybe.
Now let me have a look at the remnants, because I played a good 5,000 logbooks. So we're gonna have a look at these remnants, and see if there's any new ones. So I'm just gonna let it play, and if I see any new ones, I'll shout them out.
Yeah, is that one there? Okay, right.
Not seen any so far.
And then when you detonate it, you're going to get the string of monsters, which you can try and keep up with.
No.
Although I hear the balance of this league is a bit wrong at the moment, so he might get one shot.
There was no new ones that I saw then.
As the
like you do, we just went through that about 5 minutes ago. So you do still get the 1 bomb, but you have to kill the expedition boss twice to get it. I did have it. Have I still got it on my screen? Yeah, I've still got it on my screen. Look, here we go. Look, there you go. So it's this node here, and that's the tag. Yeah. Let me carry on.
Remnants trigger, all of the monsters are going to get harder. So they might get pretty hard by the end, even if they're easy at the start.
What do you mean it's a 2 node? Yeah, you'll have to get 2 points to get there. There's 2 travel points. Look. So you have to get from the middle, you have to get down to this one, and then get across to this one. I don't know whether you get 1 point or 2 points for killing the pinnacles. They've not made that clear. I would assume 1. You get 2 points per boss. Okay, then you'll only kill him once. Okay, that's fine. So kill him once, and you can do 1 bomb. Monk with dual welding one-handed maces. No, you'd want to use a quarterstaff. You could try it if you wanted to. You could do anything in POE, but yeah, he synchronizes synergies. His synergy is obviously quarterstaffs. Okay. Yes. So to respond to Light's question, yes, you will only get 8 points. So if you look at this tree, by the way, look, you're only going to get 8 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15 points, but you're only getting 8. So you're going to have to pick where you're going to want to go and to get the best out, the best bang for your buck, as they say. You're not going to be able to just get everything. And yes, Quartex, yes, very
so
true.
rather than keeping on killing those guys, we'll just quickly show you one of the things that he found. So there was a sub area down here where called Hidden Aquifer. There's quite a lot of variety of different things like this. I'm not sure what's in this one. But yeah, as I said, some of them contain bosses. They all contain interesting rewards that can be unique just to them. So yeah, there's quite a lot of things you're going to want to find.
So to answer Ferdinand on YouTube, you said that you'll be using dual-handed one-hand maces on your monk. Someone on Twitch has said, yes, anything can work, but not everything will work as well. Will work very well. So,
tree, make it more difficult, add more of them, that kind of thing. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. Oh, you might as well show the Atlas tree as well. So there's an example here which makes the number of explosives to 1, so that you only get one really large explosive rather than having to do a whole string of them in your maps. Maybe just a randomly interesting one. All right, let's have a look at the next one, which is Ritual.
more mischief returning. No idea, Eldred. We don't know. I wonder if there could be respect. I would assume there could be respect. We've not seen any respect currency yet because Orb of Regrets has changed. Orb of Unmaking, I'm going to assume, maybe, for the Atlas
Ritual
tree.
is one of the other in-game grinds. When you enter a map with this mechanic, you're going to find these ritualistic circles through the area. Oh, there's one right there. Great. So when you kill monsters inside them, it effectively grants the monsters as tribute. And so when you summon the ritual, all the monsters that you killed within that ritual circle will spawn again. Why does that root spider have no eyes?
Sorry, I was just sorting something out with my windows. I had multiple windows open.
Oh, it's a breach as well. Okay, whatever. Let's not worry about that. Now, of course, because the...
Now, another thing that I did in one of my videos here, hold on, it's weird that they use what is equivalent of Kyori shores to travel from, as if anyone won't be using hideout. Yeah, everyone will be using hideout. You might not have a hideout first on, but yeah, everyone. If you're new and you don't play POE1 and you don't have a hideout, then you'll be using the ziggurat. But yeah, everyone will be using the hideout. If anyone noticed the name of this, by the way, look at it. Tainted Ritual Altar. So I'm going to assume that... well, my wallpaper... Yeah, I know. My wallpaper is the Merc, the Witch Hunter. The Tainted Ritual means to me, or it says to me, that tainted currencies can only be obtained from this. And maybe from Beyond Monsters.
League mechanics overlap, you would be able to kill breach monsters inside the circle and summon them again by the with the ritual, I believe. Alright, so when you use the ritual, it effectively closes you off into a small area, and you have to fight all the monsters that you killed in that circle
Yes,
again.
Eldred, yes.
But the key thing is that there's it empowers them. There are multiple rituals through the area. So after each time you do this, you get a type of points called tribute that you can then spend on items. But if you're willing to risk it and make the rituals even more powerful, you can go to another ritual circle, kill more monsters inside of it, and then you'll be able to make the it'll summon both the ones from this circle and from the subsequent circle as well.
Yeah,
making the rituals very, very
they will
tough
be like
by the time you get to the end. Oh, there's one last monster over there. All right. So then when you click on the ritual, it'll open the screen here, which allows you to spend tribute. Now, I don't think we want to spend too long on this, but effectively, this is the reward mechanic for ritual, and the more tribute you get, the more things you can get. Jesus Christ, why are there more monsters? Oh, the map is beyond. Wait, is that because it was a corrupted map? Okay, right. So because this is a corrupted map, by the way, every time you kill monsters, it's got this mechanic called Beyond, where it leaves these little orbs behind, and then demons can get summoned from them when you kill them. That's just one of
Did the map he select have the extra nodules on the atlas? Maybe this means tainted. No, because tainted would mean that it's corrupted. So no, because we've already covered that off. No.
One of the random corruption outcomes.
It's nothing to do with corruption.
Corruption in a map. Anyway, Right, so this is tribute. You can buy items. None of these look particularly amazing, but do you have a an omen in there? No. Okay, so in that case, we've got the end of the inventory. Right, so one of the things you're going to be looking for this are omens. So omens are a high-level crafting item that you can use to make more targeted changes to your items. So let's have a look at what they do. So here's an item here where we might like the prefixes but thinks the suffixes are crap. Normally what you might want to do is either re-roll them with a Chaos Orb or maybe remove them with a null orb.
Let me read that because I've not seen that omen. While this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Annulment will remove only suffix modifiers.
What you want to do is either re-roll them with a Chaos Orb or maybe remove them with a Orb of Annulment. But you can't normally choose which mod to remove. This is an omen of dextral annulment. What that does is while this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Annulment will remove only suffix modifiers. So if you use that, and then use an Orb of Annulment, it'll only remove suffixes, not prefixes. And if you want to remove another suffix, he's got another one there. So this is a way of kind of doing meta crafting on items that allow you to make targeted changes. And with this, you can make some pretty broken stuff. There's another one here that says, while this item is active in your inventory, your next Exalted Orb will add 2.
Ooh! The Omen of Greater Exaltation. Exaltation. Is that how you say that? Yeah.
Modifiers.
So it's a double exalt in one slam.
That just effectively is a double exalt.
Yeah.
This kind of thing is like a pretty simple one, but there are a lot of these and they do very interesting things. So that's just a sort of interesting way of crafting. It's one of the types of player power you can get only from this league. Of course, like other in-game mechanics, there's an uber boss for this as well, and killing that boss is going to get you points in the...
yeah, jewels are going to be expensive too.
We don't actually have to go there. But
the expansive, the ones that obviously increase the notables within a certain radius, they will be expensive. But you can roll them, so it might not
get you points for the Atlas tree for that league. So that's one of the other grinds as well. Right, next up we'll talk about Delirium. So in Delirium maps, your mine is going to be infected by a mysterious entity known as Tang Mizzou. You see these mirrors, and when you go through them, it kind of...
Was that Subtractum there? See there, Subtractum? That really looks like Subtractum.
Known as Tang Mizzou. You see these mirrors, and when you go through them, it kind of affects your mind and starts
yes, they are
nightmare creatures, as well as affecting, kind of giving these strange things for other monsters as well.
Hold on. I just spotted something then.
Other monsters as well.
So, can anybody see this here? There is a very faint trail going from this map node here to the Pinnacle Boss Arena, this big thing here. If you look at this line right here, it's kind of fading in and out because we possibly can't travel there until we have the keys. If you watch just right here.
Kind of giving these strange things for other monsters.
You see it?
Well.
You can faintly see like a trail, and I'm going to assume that's only going to become available once you got the 3 keys. Such as me, I'm interested. Yeah. Light's going to disappear in Sanctum. Yeah, right, he is literally going to be there just doing Sanctum over and over. I can just tell.
Yeah.
Your life will end, and you...
So as you can see, it infects your mind, and you get this like mysterious mist that goes to the area. It both spawns new monsters as well as affecting the existing monsters in interesting ways. Now, the main thing you're going to be looking
yeah, it could be that as well.
In this league are called Distilled Emotions. Hopefully one drops and we can have we can show you what they do. But if not, we've got one in the inventory.
Easy clad money.
Now, if you're able to keep up with this mechanic, then you might be able to cover the entire map in it, in which case you can get some bonuses on map bosses as well.
Yeah, I know. Can't wait. To answer the guy on YouTube, yes, you do need to kill the 3 lieutenants of that tower to get access, I believe. Or you need to get...
Emotions.
Yeah, you need to get the 3 lieutenants. It's not been quite clear explained. Like, it wasn't really shown how you can spot the lieutenants on the maps. I didn't quite see them. I saw the boss icon, but it wasn't really alluding to that this is a lieutenant that has a key type thing. Like, there isn't a significant like key icon or anything. So
We have distilled iron, distilled paranoia. Now, what this allows you to do is craft mods onto your amulet that grant you passives from your passive tree. So if you open up the crafting window for that, so effectively, if you put your amulet in there, then if you do a combination of 3 different distilled emotions, then it will allow you to get a bonus passive, what's it called? The notable from the passive tree. Sorry, I'm getting a little, it's coming through a lot here. A bonus notable on the passive tree. So that one's quick recovery, 40% increased stun and block recovery, regenerate 10% of life over 1 second.
I think that is a simulacrum splinter. So when you said earlier that this is probably a simulacrum, you're probably right, because that artwork looks very similar to this artwork. So yeah, sim splinter, simulacrum.
Second when stunned. Now, once again, this is a type of player power you only get from here, but you can also use them on maps as well. So if you put them on maps, then it allows you to add bonus mods to the map, in addition to the rare mods that you can normally get. So it's an
Whoa. Let me go back.
To add bonus mods to them.
So that one adds 25% increased magic monsters, 20% increased rare monsters. Areas are 29% delirious. That's a bit of a random amount. And 35% increased rarity. He then changes,
the rare, mods that you can
he changes
get.
it and puts that one on. We then lose the... What do we lose?
Maps. Then it allows you to add bonus mods to them.
We lost the
map.
Increased number of rare monsters. No, we still got that. Players in area 44% delirious. Right, so we lost the rarity stack, the 35% rarity, by changing the emotions.
So it's another form of juicing that you can.
And another one, 50% increased tablets found in areas. Oh my god! You know what I can see? I can see some crazy spreadsheet coming out that has every single one of these emotions and all of the outcomes and all of the modifiers that they give. My god. And it'll probably be like, you know, this one adds magic monsters, this one adds rare monsters, this one adds tablets, this one adds rarity. Yeah.
Can do for in-game as well. Right, so that is Delirium. Now, all of these different mechanics from the different in-game grinds kind of can be added with each other. If you open up the map, you can kind of start to add multiple mechanics overlapping with those towers. You can juice maps with, you know, the thing like mechanic we just said. You're allocating points in the Atlas tree. Effectively, altogether, it allows you to really boost from the bottom of the Atlas to the top of the Atlas to really improve the content that you're doing. Boost from the bottom mechanic we just.
I love how he just completed 2 maps in like a second. Obviously, this must be a developer mode. But watch, he just goes, he just completes the map, completes the map, and jumps to this tower.
It allows you to really boost from the bottom of the Atlas to the top of the Atlas to really improve the content that you're doing, to the point that we can get pretty crazy.
Yeah, you could do that.
There is one more. In-game grind, which I'm not going to really talk too much about, but it relates to.
Oh, look at that! He did hover over it. I didn't see him hover over it. Simulacrum.
To that that little object there. So effectively, this is where the Uber Pinnacle boss is, and we can travel to the entrance, but we won't be able to actually get in because we don't have meet the requirements yet. But effectively, there are around the map various ways to get keys to be able to enter this area. It's kind of mysterious, and this is the hardest content in the game. So when you play the game, you'll have to try it out. But effectively, inside this area, you will don't actually go in there. Inside there,
don't go in.
You'll be able to fight the Uber Pinnacle boss as well. And for the sort of hardest challenge in the game, that is something that I think players will really enjoy. So this is a sort of basic overview of how the end game works. There was quite a lot of information there, quite a lot of sequels to leaks from POE1 as well. But you can sort of see, I guess, the beginnings of a system that we're going to be expanding a lot over time. As we add more of these POE1 league sequels, and as we add more content that leagues to POE2, we've effectively got a lot of space here to be able to add as much to this in-game as possible. The Atlas tree, with all its different little, what you might call, you know, the ascendancy kind of cluster type things for all the different content. All of these things, you know, adding all of these things, we're going to add
The well refills all your flasks. So life flask, mana flask. One click.
One every time we add a league to effectively allow you to scale this stuff. And so that means that there is a large capability to have a lot of content here. So that sort of shows you, I guess, as a quick rundown of the content in early access. Even though it is early access, there's a lot of content here. There's a lot to do in in-game.
So there's only about 10 seconds left. So what I wanted to do is just pause it on this screen. If you look at the top right corner, Cataclysm's Wake. Complete tier 1 maps. 6 of 10. I'm going to assume that you're going to have to do 10 tier 1 maps, 10 tier 2 maps, 10 tier 3 maps, because I've then seen later on when it said tier 7 maps and it said complete 10 tier 7 maps. And I'm going to assume it's going to keep you going up the ranks. And obviously this Cataclysm's Wake, I don't know what that's doing, but it must be doing something, and it must unlock the next tier once you've done 10. Yeah, that's what I was running. Seems like a downgrade from POE1. What's a downgrade? The flasks? Yeah, there's no auto refill. No, you have to click the well. He was doing higher tier and it increased the number. Yeah. So, IG with infinite portal scrolls, it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, no. So there's a gameplay that I've seen, Eldritch, which if you want, I can put it on. Let me find it. It's for the warrior. So you'll have to give me a minute. So what I'll do now for everyone who is still tuned in, I will, if anyone has seen the new warrior gameplay, there's a 3-hour gameplay of the Act 1 as warrior. So if you want to watch that, I can put that on. Just give me a second. My Discord is playing up. So I have thrown it into my private server. So just hold on. Is it loaded? There we go. It's loaded. Right, let me go in. So what I will do is I will put this on. You can have a watch of this. So this is an hour of, there's 3 hours in total of gameplay for Warrior for Act 1. Let me change the quality. Quality is top notch. Turn it down a little bit. You can see what the Warrior is going to look like. I'm going to just go off cam just for 10-15 minutes while I just go and get something to eat. So you can carry on watching this and I will be back. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. I will still be here and I will come back and I answer them. But I just need to go and get something to eat and I need a quick bathroom break. So I won't roll any ads or anything. I'll just let this play. If ads roll, they're just automatic. Okay, so enjoy. I will put this on now.
Well, I must say, it hurts me, foundling, to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a child without hope, whipped and broken. Our people took you as one of their own, made you strong. And how did you repay us? Sedition, violence, lies. You were not born here, but you will die here. Speak now, if you choose. Quickly! He's escaping! Stop the foundling!
Have to keep moving.
feel my wrath! Now this might... be just what I need. What power! Face me! By victory.
sorry.
Is that you? Hammer and anvil! Stay back! Don't do this! It was me, or you.
Well done. Please come inside.
Father!
Where have you been, lad? I've been worried sick. I looked for you everywhere after those soldiers came for you, but when I found neither hide nor hair, I had to believe, well, it's a good thing you managed to escape the Count's justice. We could sorely use your strength in these dark times. There's a...
The Count must die for what he has done to us. Better keep my strength in check. This is not the place for violence.
Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you.
You're alive. I know you and I never met in the village, but Renly hasn't stopped worrying about you since he arrived here. Welcome to the Camp of the Lost. I am Una, You must have heard the rumors in the village. All this began the night the Count took his most loyal men into the old forest. Something happened out there. Please, I beg of you, use your strength for all our sakes. Travel. I fear that our land's sickness will only...
Yes.
We will survive this. I swear it.
While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators. Earthquake creates cracks in the ground that slow enemies. While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when they are close to being heavy stunned. Use Bone Shatter to heavy stun them instantly and deal a high damage explosion around the target. Earthquake creates cracks in the ground that slow enemies. After a few seconds, it explodes, dealing a large amount of damage. Using the skill again before the explosion will not create a new earthquake. While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when they are close to being heavy stunned. Use Bone Shatter to heavy stun them instantly and deal a high damage explosion around the target. While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when they are close to being heavy stunned. Earthquake creates cracks in the ground .
Weakling!
Not yet.
Forged by flame. Aim.
Sleep in ice. Wake invader. Isel, feed.
So I am back, guys. I'm not going to go on cam because I'm still munching, still eating. But what do you think of the footage so far? Any questions? Any comments? The skill videos are nice, yes. No more trauma stacking? No. Yeah. And that was Hillock's bigger, badder brother. Yeah, he does have like a big piece of wood saw thing that tries to kill you with.
Become dead!
Eldred, there is a keystone.
Steel yourself!
There is a keystone that is dedicated to dodge roll. Something to do with the fact that you cannot dodge roll, but something to do with that you gain 30% increased recovery from flasks. Something like that. There you go.
Cower!
This lair. How deep does it go?
They have confirmed that when you are dodge rolling, your hitbox is like a fraction of the size. So, in terms of hits, if you are able to dodge it, then you won't get hit. But projectiles, you may still get hit if it hits the hitbox.
Into a nightmare.
Yes, there was a substantial delay when they used the blink chest.
A horrific task, but to
Rolling Slam is a series of 2 slam attacks. Rolling Slam is a series of 2 slam attacks.
Night, Eldred.
The first slam.
To protect Clearfell, I'll do it again.
Thank you, Quartex. Yeah, so the Delirium video is due to drop to... Let me just check, sorry. Delirium's tomorrow, I think. They're already done and uploaded. Yeah, Delirium's tomorrow. Then Ritual is on... Ritual's on the 29th. And then Expedition is on the 30th. And Ultimatum is on the 1st. And then there'll be a bunch more videos next week on other things. So keep an eye on the channel. You'll see them.
If you find a pint out there,
And thank you for the sub, dude, as well.
Growlwood has changed, and not for the better. Foul beast!
For anyone that is watching on YouTube, what build are you going to be going on League launch? Let's have a discussion. While you've got this on in the background, let's have a chat. So what class are you going, and then what ascendancy have you got in mind that you are going to go? This is a video, dude. This is not me playing. Look. I wish I was playing. I wish I was playing. It's footage from the early access beta in LA that they did about 2 weeks ago. And yeah, I wish I had early access. Saying that though, I did just get my email from GG that told me that my key has arrived for POE. So you might want to check your emails, because mine just came through.
There'll be no passage here, for now.
Just move that across. Sorry. Just want to just grab this and move it across. There we go. There we go. Play that back on.
very Grelwood turns against me. Crush them!
Right. Trying to snip something.
Out of mana. This can't go on.
Earthquake.
This is a video of software tools, yes. This is a video of the Act 1 Warrior gameplay through for POE2. Someone asked to put it on Twitch, so I put it on for them, so you can enjoy it. By the way, anyone who's watching right now, this might incentivize you. If you do not have a key to early access, if you don't, put in the chat now, key. Just put the word key if you do not have a key. Thank you, Nevo. Key. So we got 2 so far. We got more people watching, so there can't just be 2, or there might just be 2. We just don't know.
I remember this place.
The Tree of Souls. Look, those blue eyes. Is it still to release that being from the Tree of Souls? We'll need more than simply. There is a battlefield not far from here. Renly will know how to fort. I'll wait here. The tree will protect me.
So, I've just been given an extra key for early access. So, I am going to be doing a giveaway on my channel. If you want to be in with a chance, I will do a video tomorrow. Then that gives you time, and I will give the lucky winner the key on Thursday of next week. So you will have the key for early access. So if you want to be in with a chance of getting a free key for early access and not spend any money, hey Goose, if you want to be in there with a chance, then all that I ask is that you just throw a subscribe on my channel. That is literally it. Keep an eye out for the video, and I will put all of the details in the video on how you can win the key. Okay? It's as simple as that. If you're on Twitch and you don't know what my YouTube channel is, or you've never been to it, I will give you the link in the chat now. There you go.
These were not my ancestors, but I still respect their valor. I've nowhere to keep that.
Oi.
Anyone following on Twitch? Welcome, welcome. This is a live gameplay through of Warrior through Act 1.
Till next time.
And it is very fresh because, as you can see there, he only has the 2 flasks and 3 trinket slots. So this is literally only from about 2 weeks ago. So this is as the game will look in 8 days, 20 hours, 15 minutes, and 0 seconds. Has anybody changed their ascendancy or their class recently by any new footage that they've seen, any new skill gems that they may have seen, any new gameplay footage that they may have seen? Have you then thought, I'm going to change the character that I'm going to play or my class that I'm going to play? Has anyone done that recently?
Go well.
Now, once he frees the hooded one, guys, I am going to go offline just from the video. So he needs to go through this zone, get the relevant runes, then take them back to Una, and then put them in the tree. When he frees the hooded one, I'm going to stop. Okay? Just so that this is literally the first, this is like the first 49 minutes up to now you've seen. I think the first hour is when he gets up to the tree. So,
Ominous, but it might hold the runes I seek. still defend their land, even after all this time.
Face me!
Thank you for the follow. Game looks massive. Rip. Game looks massive. Rip Diablo. It is massive. And Steri, I found you from the Ice Nova Frostbolt's video guide. Really thankful for it. You're welcome, Steri. Hope that build helped you. It's probably my biggest video on my channel. I think it's on like 127,000 views so far, so it's doing well. I had a few people tell me that it was the build of the league for them, and it managed to get them all the way to end content, tier 17s, defeat Ubers, everything. So if it managed to do the same for you, then I'm glad that it helped. Now we just need to find a build of similar context in POE2. Here we go. He's going to kill the Rust King. I haven't tried it yet, but it seems like the most normal transition to Svarling without mirror tier. It is, dude. I am going to be streaming. Are you going to be playing early access, Steri, or no? Sadly, still a student. Well, Steri, I am going to be giving a key giveaway on Steam. So if you want to be in with a chance of getting the key, then all that I'm going to ask people to do is just subscribe to my channel and put a comment on the video, like the comment, like the video, and comment on the video with a I'm thinking how to do it with the Discord, something to do with Discord, so that then I can then message you the day before. But if you want to be in with a chance, I'll be doing a video sometime tomorrow, so keep an eye out for that. I've literally just got the key. So if you use Steam as your main platform for PoE, then it will apply. And then I will be doing the draw on Thursday next week. And basically whoever wins gets the key. I will then contact them and give them the key. And they just literally just need to submit it into Steam and off they go. So, yeah.
There is nothing left to defend.
I'm thinking how to do it. I'm looking forward to your video tomorrow. Yeah, no worries. Video tomorrow as well, by the way, for anyone who's watching. I am currently doing a series of videos. Let me just turn this down a minute. I'm doing a series of videos at the moment to help for Path of Exile 2 with content for the end game. So as we know, there is Breach, Delirium, Expedition, Ritual, and Ultimatum that is going to be in Path of Exile 2. So at the moment on my channel, I am doing some videos just to kind of describe the basics. So if you're not too sure and you need a bit of a refresher, then obviously I'm doing videos on Breach and every single piece of content that is going to be at the end game. Obviously, there are some changes, and I do go through them on my channel and on the video. I do go through the changes that are going to be happening in POE2. So, but it's just so that you can understand the basics and then go from there. I am not playing early access. This is a video. This is a video of someone who played Warrior recently, about 2 weeks ago. And I'm just watching it because somebody asked, did I have any footage of the Warrior? So I've put this on. We watched earlier the Mercenary for an hour, and now we're watching Warrior.
Using armor break repeatedly against enemies.
What am I going to play? I'm going to play Mercenary. That is why I wanted to watch the Mercenary gameplay. But yeah, I'm going Mercenary, and then I'm going straight into Witch Hunter, and then I'm going to be heading for like a Grenadier style crossbow Mercenary. I'll be doing a video again next week to detail everything that I'm doing, just to kind of provide like what my plans are. I'm not saying that you should copy me, and I'm not saying, you know, that's the best option. I'm just telling you that's my plans. You can do whatever you want. If you want to go monk, you want to go witch, you want to go sorceress, you go whatever you want, dude. You didn't realize it was a video. Yeah, I know. Look, hands free. Look, and he's running around. I wish, like I said, I wish I was playing. I wish I had that early access, that green client, as they used to call it. But sadly, they don't have that anymore. So this is where I'm going to stop, guys.
Those blue eyes.
One thing I will show you guys, and I am going to be doing again a video on this later on, probably next week some point. So he's going to put the runes in here, which then releases, this will then releases the hooded one. There's literally about 30 seconds left of that video, so I'm just going to stop that for a minute. What I am going to warn people, and I am going to just, this is a little bit spoilerish. So if you do not want to be spoiled, then leave now. I'm going to give you like 10 seconds. Leave now. If you don't want to be spoiled, leave now. There you go. I'll give you enough time to leave. So if you're still in here, then it's obvious that you want to know. So the main thing that is in this video, there is 3 videos that are connected to the Warrior gameplay. And that is that there is cinematics between acts. Between Act 1 and Act 2. Now, whether there is a cinematic between Act 2 and Act 3, Act 3 and Act 4, Act 4 and Act 5, and Act 5 and Act 6, that would be fucking amazing if they did that, to kind of show you the story and the lore and all that type of stuff. It's very, very cool, and I'm going to show you it. So if you want to see it, I'm going to put it on. I'm just going to let this play out. It's in the next like 10 seconds, and he basically shows you the transition from Act 1 to Act 2. You ready?
Take the manor. We must pursue the fledgling beast.
Here we go.
Betrayal of... The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Bastille. We should find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
And that is where the video ends. Now, if they do one of those in between every act, that was literally what? 30, 45 seconds between each act? Amazing. It will just be the icing on the cake. Because, yeah. There's a lot of people that have asked me questions about, like, they don't understand the cinematic, things like that. So, to add little bits like that helps. I am going to leave you there, guys. Thank you for everyone that has watched. I will probably do another live stream probably later on this week. Hopefully we get some more footage. Maybe someone will upload some more footage. We'll just have to wait and see. But until then, guys, follow my channel on YouTube if you want to be kept up with the latest news and updates and things like that. And until the next video, guys, and until my next live stream, stay sane. You're welcome, Nevo. Thank you. See ya. You're welcome.